I know you can't see it. I know it's not there, but Discord is, again, extremely slow.
Stony_Eagle just resubscribed for 50 months. UDAREE this early Stony 90 bonk fine. Have my
God damn,
money
Stony, what
AOA
got in?
cash.
Congrats on 50 months. Holy shit. That is a lot. Also, Cat, what got in? Did you miss last stream, Stony? I didn't see you in chat. I was maybe not paying attention. I see. I see you were dead. I see you were dead. It happens. It happens. 50 fucking months. That's a lot. That's a lot. that is a lot. Goddamn. Goddamn. Congrats. 293 is crazy. You are very, very close to 300, which is already crazy. 365 would be such a crazy pool as a whole. So, yeah, that's an interesting thing. That is an interesting thing. I have some questions for Phils. I may have some questions for you then, if you're here before Phils. There are some things in how can I say that? I'm doing some Git pull, and it's giving me some conflict that should not exist because I haven't made any changes. So I don't understand. So I might need some help on this one. Cybersect, welcome in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Other than that, we have some news, and I have some questions for you, for most of you that are using social media and that are seeing AI generated stuff on their timeline. I wanna see if some of the things in questions might be a red flags for you. But we'll see. We have some things that have been said, and Stony, for you specifically, I know, I have things for you. If you haven't heard, during last week, technically on Friday, but also like kind of before that, there have been some, actually we'll go on in, there have been some rumors of Stream Elements dying and being acquired by someone else, but they can't find a buyer, and therefore the platform might die soon, which means that the project that you had last month would have been the greatest project that you could have created right at this instant. So if you already still have the bot system and you want to take some time to work on it, now might be the time. Might be a bit too late, but might be the time. So there is a ton of things on Twitter that is happening where people are talking about the fact that Stream Elements is dying, and therefore they are providing like options for you to just extract all of your overlays from Stream Elements. The thing that Kat was mentioning, which is pretty true, is that these things are extracting the overlays, but Kat has like quotes and like counters and other things that are very part of the stream. That is the type of thing that we need to have as an extraction potential. So this is a potential thing that needs to happen. But yeah, Kenna, hi, welcome in. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I hope you're good. 80 streams is crazy. You are like 213 away from catching up with Stony, so congrats on that. But welcome in, welcome back. How have you been? It's been a bit. It has been a bit. You may have been the issue on ban last week. You may have broken my system. So yeah. Yoram, welcome in. Konbanwa. I hope the flight was good. I hope you are now sad. No, I don't hope that you are now sad, but I know you are now sad, and I guess now you understand. Um, I guess now you understand. Yeah. No, there was an issue. So basically, the thing that happens, and I'm saying you as in because I know that you are usually tempting to break things, which is good. Highly appreciate it. I had a day, like a single day last month, where the read profile slash fetch profile things in Convex reached 13 gigs of data fetch, which is not supposed to happen. Like 99% of the other days, we are at like 114 kilobytes. And then on one day, we had 13 gigs. So I don't, I don't know. Um, I don't know what happened, but it is what it is. It happens. It happens. Um, and it's fine. It made me pay $3 for the additional database usage, which is like so much nothing that I'm like, okay, fine, I can pay $3. I'm okay with that. So yes, that stream element thing is important. A lot of the creators of widgets and overlays and things are talking about the fact that it's going to die, and therefore they are providing options for people to extract their stream overlays. And the bots of all of the other platforms are responding to any things that says stream element is dying with an automated message underneath them that is saying, well, we are an option if you want. And that is really great to tell me exactly which platforms to not use. So I highly appreciate these bots. Grizz, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So that's a thing that is interesting. But we have like some stuff. I've had some positive tweets in the past few days, which is kind of crazy. Um, this one had like 6,000 views in the sense you have enough points to end stream. Reminder to you if you want to do so. It is a scam. Don't do it. Don't do it. So this one has 6,000 views with like basically Magic Path using Alexei design. Um, and so I talked about that and that popped in. And then the other one, which is kind of had popped off, is this one where this post, which apparently either is dead or has been replaced, I think it has been deleted. Yeah, interesting. Basically, was a fake cafe image of a menu for a cafe, which was a cursor cafe for one of the events that was in a sort of JSON file. And so I proposed like a better version. And then a lot of people underneath were like saying that, yes, I was right, or not really. If you care about UX, like this one was saying, if you care about UX, this is not better. And I kind of disagree with what they're saying, but a lot of people were here and dunking on the fact that it is cursor and therefore everyone is vibe coders. So, uh, eh, it's a weird thing. But yeah, this one has like 163,000 views, and I don't understand. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But at least now that this one has been deleted, that means that it's gonna be muted, kinda. So I do like that a bit better. Before I do though, the sounds from crosswalk light indicator, the sounds from all the big ass display on building, the warning sounds from all types of devices, there's whatever. The lights, I'm guessing you're forgetting the trucks and the parking spots and all of that. And there is like, yes, there is so many things happening at once. But as I said last time when you were at the hotel, if you're in the flow and if you're in the common understanding of this is how it is and you're just flowing through, it's not a problem. Um, but I get it. You probably didn't go into a grocery store that is grocery stores. Like you probably just did mostly convenience store and it's like 7-Eleven and Family Mart, which are like different and they don't really have jingles and sounds and musics per aisle, so you missed something. And you probably also haven't heard um, the fish song, which is something else. Maybe one day I'll play it on stream. I don't know. I don't know. And I remember that on last stream you said that the food was good, and I agree. I agree. The food is very good, even in the cheapest formats. Not saying that the food is cheap, but like even when it's cheap, it is pretty good. There are have been some things for me that I've tried that I'm like, yeah, I don't like that, but still, um, yeah, it's pretty neat. Also, Kenna, congrats. I've been trying to get Quen to run properly on my end, and it's been really complicated. Um, Not in the sense that it just doesn't run, most in the sense that it is just capping my RAM, and I'm like the RAM pressure is at 100%, which is not good, so I can't do anything else. The performance are just like dropping. So yeah, I'm only able to do so with very very tiny models or the MOEs or the expert models that are like sub trains. But yeah, not the greatest. Not the greatest. If you want to make your own onigiri, you need to buy the right rice because the rice is what makes it good. And it's very simple to get. It's the round grain rice or the sushi rice, and it is so much better than the regular rice that we have. If you try, sorry, if you try with the regular rice from Europe, you will have something that doesn't stick together. And even if you take sticky rice, like Indian sticky rice, you will end up with something that is not as good. So highly recommend the sushi rice. The sushi rice is pretty good. uh, but I have I've been so let me explain why we are a cooking stream now with the French accent for the next 15 seconds. Um, when I was 13, 15 maybe. Dobra, welcome on in. Yeah, I think 15. No, 13. When I was 13, my obsession became sushi and cooking and specifically like Japanese food, but most of the times sushi and as much as my dad said I could potentially, if I pushed, become a sushi chef as an option, like a career option, mostly because I had kids doing things, but also because of my interest in the amount of time that I was putting in. So making sushis, specifically creating or like cooking the rice properly, having the right amount of soaking, having the right seasoning for the rice as well once it's off of the cooker and so on. All of that is the thing that I've been doing for like 5 years straight, to the point where I was making sure to buy the right type of fish in the store from what was available around me, and making sure that we had the right ingredients, taking a lot of time to, prepare the sushis at home, inviting friends to have sushis at home, and so on. So that is one of the reasons I've done so much shit, but also obviously at that time I don't know if it was really good, if it was just my parents being kind because I was doing something that wasn't on the computer. or if everyone is just oh yeah, that's nice. I don't know, but nonetheless. um, you did not have the cake. That is so sad. I'm sorry. That is so sad. Anyways, I have a question for most of you. This is going to be a very easy questions. What's the vibe here? What's the gut feeling when you're seeing this? Just you know, like is this a handcrafted design? Is this something else? Is it good design? You know, all of that. There is something that I don't want to hit at stuff, but so these glasses don't help with the effect because they are like blue light glasses. My screen's a bit more beige than most people. It is kind of gray, but it's still like, you know, the thing. But the feeling that I got from the font, from the colors, from the placements, from the layout, except this and this, which is kind of, you know, which is kind of new, is screaming Claude to me. And it made me laugh because they say no AI whatsoever, and that font specifically in that color right here, like that orange is it's that's the Claude orange. So it's it's the Claude font and the Claude orange, and I'm like, is it really like no AI? I doubt. I have so much doubt. I don't trust. I don't trust. But yeah, the glasses don't help. God dang. Anyways, anyways. Yeah, it is minimalist kind of thing, but it's like kind of it's mostly AI generated in my head and what I'm seeing, so yeah, it's weird. It probably took the inspo from AI, yes. That is true. That is true. But goddamn, that's sad then. Like, I'm gonna show you this just as a glance. This is AI generated. Like I'm not gonna lie, this is something that I just did uh earlier today. And it is 100% AI generated, and you can feel it. Like I haven't done shit to it. It's just the structure for everything that I needed to have for that case study project after the work that we've done, and it makes sense. But it looks AI generated. It is AI generated, and you can tell. And when you compare this to these, it looks very similar. So. Um, but yeah. Have you been making any AI skills? I have. Um, I have created some AI skills in Claude in the past for design generation of pre-2010 kind of era of design. So that it would generate something that is more like Windows XP, Mac OS 10 designs. And that's one of them. I have another one that is a class type design generation where basically it will generate a layout that is objectively bad. so that students can take it and then correct it to have like the understanding of why do we change this design decision to be a bit different and so on. And this is like it's been a while. I don't even know if I have them still uh, in the chats. Let me let me see. Maybe it's gonna be around here. Um, that's the skill itself. What? Yeah, shit like this. Um, so basically ensuring that we have something that is still to this day like it uses the latest rendering because we do have access to it, but doing my best to have the most 2008 2012 13 design this like language and presentation so that people can just go over and work on that. There was another one that was not this one. That was this one, which, if I remember correctly, is the Windows Aero kind of thing. It's similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's similar. And then there is another one, which is more XP-like, but this is still kind of classic things. So yeah, I'm using the Claude website directly because it's faster and easier to manage, at least for me. And then the last thing was this one, which was like an obvious 2000, but it's also kind of too much for what it is. Like it has a bit of a too much like forced mistake compared to what I was looking for. But yeah, it does have something that is pretty cool. So same idea, like making sure that we can create something through these skills. And congrats on launch landing, Mizzy. Welcome on in. And and then see if students can figure it out and just like improve upon if necessary. But yeah, no, they are not publicly available just yet. I thought about making them public, but I haven't. That's the truth. But yeah, let me see if I can just find that. So if I go back to here, that. So this is the undies nuts, but undesigned skill that I made as well to make sure that we have something that still is acceptable, but mostly it's a PowerPoint style design so that people can come in and then fix. So it still uses current layout for most of the things, but it's just like not well executed executed so that it's people can come in and just say, well, okay, it is 100% like a 2013 government project type of thing, so let me just work on it so that we have a better design system for this or better alignment, whatever. So that's the thing. The skill itself is very simple. We have like some references and so on. The reason why I don't like skills in general, and I talked about this before, it's bloat for your context window every time. So if you avoid it, you get a bigger context window. So the fact that context windows are getting bigger, like the 1 million tokens things, is better than before, but it is still taking space And because if you had a skill, it's going to be added to every single message that you sent. It's going to stack up very, very fast. So yeah, so I've done these things. Other than that, I don't really fuck with skills in general. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I removed that. I removed that. 1 second, I feel like I missed something. Now I need to swap my Dutch girlfriend for a Japanese version so I can learn the language. I see. I'm sorry to hear that for the girlfriend point of view, but I get it. I knew I was missing a message. But you can learn the language and keep the girlfriend, you know? It's just, it's, you don't need the Japanese model in order to learn the language. You have a ton of things that are very available and free and so on. As I will always recommend, the first thing that you need to understand in learning Japanese is how things sound. So when you end up let's just do that. Just I was looking for the table and so on. But when you end up on this, that is a crazy sentence, but I understand. Yes. When you start reading these, you just need to understand how the things are going to be pronounced. So this one is not A, this is A, I, U, not U, U, E, O. And so that, like if you do so, if you understand that R, I, U, E, O is the pronunciation, that Si and Ti is a bit of a different thing. They sound very similar, but it's just like a small change in the tongue placement. And then is a specific type of sound that you probably already have. But as soon as you have this and you understand that every sentences are spoken with a very specific tone for each letter, and the fact that a word like hiragana is going to be hiragana, it's one beat per what we call a mora. So one beat per mora, so we have hiragana. That's the thing. It's not like hiragana. Like there is no elongation of sentences or of moras in most of the things. The only elongation is when we have multiples. So si, gonna be si. But that's the thing. So as soon as you understand how these things are supposed to be pronounced and the fact that it's a beat-based speaking language. That it was me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're not dying. We're good. We're good. We're good. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. We just have the first buffering in the first 30 minutes of the stream. Everything is perfect. Everything is on time. But yeah, no, learning the language is very simple. The thing that I also can tell you is that speaking is extremely easy. Like speaking is very, very, very simple. And the only thing that is complex is reading, to be honest. Like, to me, that's the thing. Because learning these bitches, that's not the thing that I wanted to do. Is just, yeah. My brain is not fit for that. So I know a lot of them already, Um, but yeah, that's that's a weird thing for me. But learning how to speak is, to me, it was a matter of 3 weeks to a month. So if you are learning the language, you can speak in about a month. As soon as you just understand the sentence structure, you would be good. So it's easy. To me, Japanese is one of the easiest language to speak and hardest to read. Obviously, I haven't tried Cantonese and Mandarin as a language, which I know they are like on the same realm of complexity. Um, some people were saying that learning Chinese first and then learning Japanese would be easier because you understand the kanjis and the characters that are used in Chinese writing, but that apparently from their point of view, that's not the case. It's easier to learn Japanese first and then Chinese. So that may be something that I would do. And then if you just want to learn an Asian language that is um, like easy, Korean has a lot more pronunciation weirdness compared to Japanese and Chinese. But you can learn Korean in about 7 minutes, and then you're good. Um, I don't think that's a good idea, but I get it. I get it. Um, it doesn't necessarily change the whole meaning, but it sometimes it's similar. Sometimes it's similar enough that my ex was able to read some Chinese. But yeah, nonetheless, there is a ton of things for learning the kanjis that are like looking like this to help you figure out exactly like what is represented and why these look that way. Like, you know, that's the goal. But yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, legally speaking, as always. But you know that Japanese is very simple, very easy to understand, and very easy to speak. So going through that system is good. But still, after it's been for me, it's been 6 years, 8 years, kinda. Let's say six, just to be safe. I don't think you're gonna make it, Chris. I think you're missing the target. I still have a lot of issues with learning the 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 reading. Like 日本からさささやかに it is a weird thing. Is it sa? Am I right? I am right. Sasayakani. Sasayakani. I don't know what that means. Um, and then here, it like this is weird to me because I know that this is kuni and this is go as in language. So this is potentially gaigo or something else, but I don't know how to read them together. And then this kanjis, I have no fucking clue. And then mainichi, that's fine. But again, it's been 6 years. However, if you pronounce this sentence to me without me reading, I probably understand. So, you know, it's yeah, 毎日のためにささやきに. I don't know why sasayaki is coming back. Because sasayaki is not a word that I know. Anyways, details. The easiest thing that you can do if you want to learn at some point is going to be just practice your listening on a daily basis. So watch anime, watch TV shows, watch movies that are Japanese based, and then with time and a bit of learning on the side, don't use scan in the beginning. No, I don't recommend it. I recommend it later. Like can is for a middle to advanced level, not beginner level. So yeah, that's why I haven't talked about it yet. But yeah, later on, yes. Um, but I do. The goal is basically to have your brain to work like a kid. So you are a kid sponge. You want your environment to be Japanese all the time, and which is the reason why my feed on YouTube is basically like Japan content, Japan content, Japan. It's cursor. I just noticed a cursor was open and I forgot about it. So we are closing it down, and I'm waiting for Atom to start again. I don't think this one is going to work for the same reason as usual, because this is a mistake. I closed it instead of cursor because they are close together, and I misclicked. But nonetheless, yeah, it's just something in Node. I don't know why. Like a Node server running in the background while the stream is running is somehow breaking the stream. Yeah, and welcome on in. Welcome back. I hope you're good. We are not. The stream is dying. The stream is dying so much. um, I doubt I'm gonna need to do that for the usual things. This is on, but I don't think this is gonna do what it's supposed to do. Like and welcome in. You should not do that when I'm trying to reintroduce the alerts. Alerts are not working. Not yet. Not yet. Atom is such a nice tool that is just so slow all the time, specifically on launch and with the integration with stuff. Things are just like not working, and it is so wild. Yeah, I mean the thing that I have is that it's the only software that I do have right now that can run the thing that I'm trying to run. And yeah. Now we have sound alerts. God damn. God damn. Anyways, environment being Japanese helps a ton. So on a daily basis, I have vlogs, I have tech related contents and creators that are like talking about, um, well, content about tech and so on that are just speaking in my ears all day. And the thing that is kind of fun, depending on how you want to see it, but and maybe you don't know about that, but when you were learning English in the beginning, you may have realized at some point that your brain was picking it up and understanding what you were listening to, specifically for songs, but for other content, and that you needed to stop the content in order to be able to, um, like, focus on something because your brain was picking up the the understanding of the English things, and it's kind of happening right now for me in Japanese. It doesn't happen as much, but it still is something when I'm like, oh yeah, shit, I need to focus on this thing. Let me just pause the vlog so that I can just not have words that comes in that are distracting. So yeah, Have you seen that one guy making the video about the Higgs field and Nano Banana Pro? How to make like a K-pop band music video? I have not. I have not. I know that there is um I know that there is a new um I think that's the nope. Did I not save it? I guess I didn't save it. There is a officially um an open source Suno alternative so that you can just create music on your own device. And yeah, wait, where is that thing? Right there, in front of my face. So if you're someone that is like generating music and wants to generate music, which I don't recommend, but you know, whatever, Ace is apparently something that is as good as Suno for generating some music, and therefore runs on your machine. So, free? But I don't know. I haven't tried it. I don't necessarily trust these things because my machine is not as good as a PC with a dedicated GPU for that usage. So I'm not gonna attempt to run it, but I'm just saving the project every time because it seems pretty interesting. It could work. So yeah. But if you have the link of that video thing in question, I would love to take a look at it. Anyways, Yaron, for the last point on having Japanese content on everything, it would be very interesting for you to just get into these types of vlogs. Like this one is an hour vlog, which is kind of crazy. To just go through like the hearing natural Japanese in the background. One of the things that I love about the vlogs and the other thing that are currently on YouTube and so on is you have so many different voices that are not like the anime voices. That is pretty good. So yeah, I don't have food content on my feed most of the times. Being at a restaurant makes sense. Like they have vlogs that go into restaurants, but yeah, this one is kind of weird because she has like one of these fake Japanese voices, and I don't know if it's just by trade or if it's like real voice, which is interesting. Nonetheless, if you want like more men go into tech world, tech world is pretty good for content that is like tech related and so on, but you know, it happens. Welcome back, Dapchi. By the way, Dapchi, I received the email that you had made an update on ChatGPT. I haven't checked it out yet. But two things happened this week. I was in the gym and I said, you know what, I should try ChatGPT to just get my workout through. And every time I was like, shit, well, I can't really do so because my workouts are such already tailored to me that I would need to have the thing that I asked for last time, which is create my own my own workout by hands before I start anything. So I want to know if my workout is optimal, for example, and therefore I could have like my workout and then doing something else. So Anyways, but yeah, no, the childish anime voice is common in a lot of these loggers. There are some that have like a more natural Japanese voice, which I think is more interesting. I mean, not more interesting, but like more realistic than the others. Um, but yeah, yeah, it's nice. It is nice nonetheless. Um, like there is so many of them that I have that you wouldn't believe the voice that they have. Like Una has the most anime childish uh voice, kinda. But then Nanaske has a 15 years smoker type of voice, which is very like Lemmy from Motorhead type of voice, which is very interesting to have the contrast in between the two. So you know, it happens. It happens. Um, but yeah, it's fun. It's fun. But that's what you need. You need like your content, your feed to be full Japanese all the time, which is annoying. I get it, but that way you just you learn by mimicking what you hear. There is a ton of thing that I not recognized but like picked up in the past few months. I have realized that a lot of the sentences ending that were on textbooks are pretty straightforward. That's the end sentence, like end of the sentence, and it stops there. And a lot of Japanese are elongating that last sentence. So there is a word that is tomoimasu. That is the basically to do or to have done or something, or to be like about to do. And a lot of them are saying tomoimasu with the A that is like elongated for some reason, and I don't really understand why, but they are doing it. So that's a thing that I've picked up as well. Um, it's mostly like for vlogs and different activities, but yeah. If you just want to listen to carpentry stuff, if like me you like to build houses, this one is just a Japanese carpenter, and you can follow along with building a house in Japanese, and you just hear some hammers and woods and things, and that's about it. Anyways, eh, anyways, um, but yeah, there is like a lot of things that are like very childish to me, at least childish voice that I don't really like. Um, she has a natural voice, but then again, you hear the fact that Japanese women have like a very high pitched voice, and then you go to Japan, and that's not the case. Like my ex, when I was in Japan, not a high pitched voice whatsoever. I could take the Japan stereotype voice when necessary, but most of the time, not the case. Not the case. I like the thing at the bottom. I don't have sounds right now, so I don't know exactly what happens or what is happening. Um, I think there is a ton of things. That's interesting. Um, sorry, the editing is pretty interesting. The Zara section is, I guess, yeah, that is pretty bad, but also pretty good in the same realm. I think as long as you don't have physical activities that are not dancing, not walking, you should be good. Like if you do dancing, if you do walking, if you do some almost static activities during a video, then that should be pretty good. But as soon as you have things that requires more physics and more like human palpabilities, it's going to be kind of complicated. And then faces are always going to be hard to get. So, yeah. Going back to the one that we had 2 weeks ago, Lone Traveler, we'll call it. The the pencil, like the colored pencil one that is right there, that is like very much impressive when it comes to what has been able to be created with Seedance. But again, the main issue is what needs to happen on the notebook and so on. Most of it is really impressive because the attention is where the hands are, but the continuity within everything is really impressive. So yeah, Phils, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? I have a question for you. But apparently I can't ask the question because that breaks the stream. I'm sorry. Like this is making no sense, and we talked about it before. Um, and yeah, like that, the fact that the pen is behind her hand right now and floating behind as if it was a finger is kind of weird. Nonetheless, as soon as you do that, as soon as you have like interaction with the environment, it starts to be kind of complicated. So I do see these as a very potential thing. It's not really a thick finger if it's just the pen. But uh, but yeah, I mean they're all in the visuals that we have right here. It's pretty interesting. The other thing that I have seen, like this one, for example, like that shot right there is pretty fine, but none of the shot are going to be longer than 5 seconds if you want them to feel natural. So that is also the type of thing that I know needs to be taken into consideration when you're building like videos and so on. But there is a ton of thing that is interesting. Yes. I agree with that statement as well. Most shots are not like longer than 5 seconds nowadays, but it's still it's pretty impressive visually speaking, but there is like a feel about it that is just like yeah, it's missing something. But the faces are better now. The crowd was really not good. In movies, yes. That didn't slice anything. That face is so fake. That's the thing that is kind of weird as well. Like the face is so fake, the rest of the body is pretty fine. The car is good, and to me, even though that's gonna sound bad, it would be easier. It's just an easy thing. It would be easier to mocap the scene and then AI in the faces rather than the rest, so that you can just put like a ton more compute and energy on generating the face and the hair and so on. But at that level of you do the body recording with camera and then you do the face in post-production, that means that technically if you had done that with a real rig, with a real head tracking, then not necessarily a good thing. But I do agree with you that regular people would not know. Um, and I am sometimes fooled on TikTok with regular feed things that I'm like, oh yeah, that looks nice, and then I'm just sending it to Kat, and can just be like, oh yeah, that's nice AI generated, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I didn't notice that. And most of the time is because it's animals with specific types of lenses, so they are a bit distorted, but not necessarily like in a way that makes me see the AI generation. But for humans, it's just like, oh yeah, I I see the thing. Um, I do agree as well with the fact that if you show this to anyone as a glance, but specifically like these shot, except that, um, highly probable that people would not know that it's an AI generated things. Um, like that shot right here is just it's a crowd. Everyone is blurry. Everyone has two teeth. uh, but just that shot right there, as long as you don't have a like a zoom in on the face, you wouldn't know that it's AI generated, and specifically her. I don't know why. There's something about her face that is not real. The other two are fine. Like this one is 100% on top of one of the existing singers of, I forgot the name because I'm not into K-pop. Um, but yeah, like there is a ton of things in there that just like look natural, but not as much, but not as, not as breaking as the rest. Like the face is better now. And again, going back to what I have been saying since the beginning, this is the worst it's going to get every time. Um, and there will be a point where already these are really good. There are some tails here and there, but these are really good. There will be a point where you wouldn't be able to tell. Um, and yeah, if you cut the shitty shots kind of down, yeah, maybe. Um, I think I need to watch the entire video with what he's saying so that I have the sound and the explanation of what happens and why it happens and so on. Um, but yeah, the only thing that I would say that is in favor of AI generated video, and I hate it, but uh, is if, and that's a very big if, you are a video creator, you have filmed a full set of things, and you're like, shit, we forgot that shot that needs to be placed in between these two. And there is a time frame with the sun rising or with the moon shining in a very specific way and so on. And therefore, we need to be like right between these two things. That is the only place where I'm like, okay, why not? Because it's your video with your video, and you need something in the middle that follows the exact same character with the exact same 5 seconds and such. But as always, story blocks is for me one of the thing that is basically the same thing, where you're like, I need um like a shot of someone is hiking in the snow, and I'm just gonna have like one of my videos because we passed a bridge like this, but I didn't record it. And the guy is dressed roughly like myself. So if I just, I put that in for storytelling purposes, then it makes sense. But some people will say, oh, that's not you. And so using like your own footage to grasp the body language, the body sized things, and then placing yourself here, why not? But I kind of have some issues with it. I think it would be still easier to just record shit. But then again, Storyblocks is such an amazing resource for most of the things. This is not an ad. I don't have an affiliate code. I should. But a shot like this, because it's going to take, again, 3 to 5 seconds in the full YouTube video, and that's about it. It doesn't really matter. The fact that this is like from someone else's with not the same pants doesn't really matter. So that kind of makes sense to me. Creating and like AI generating something, if you did that through something that is multi-high, we're calling it something that is cloud-based, feels kind of dumb. Something that is self-hosted on your end, I'm fine with it. Like, not really as fine with it as it needs to be, but like fine with it. But this one is totally modeled after an existing singer that I've seen before. These three, specifically this one, not really. This one is debatable, half Indian Uncanny Valley for me. And so that's why like all the shots that we have with her are kind of fine because it's just like totally modeled after someone that we have seen before. Whereas shit like this, eh, you know. Like there is something about it that works, but most of it doesn't. Like the fast movement and so on. So I don't know, but it's interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it. But I've seen so many variation of the same thing. Like one of the thing that I have seen, going back to Storyblocks because Storyblocks makes sense. Again, still not affiliated with them. I should be. Um, there has been some creators that I know that have had affiliates programs and sponsors by Storyblocks on their videos, and they disclose that in the beginning of the video, and they say some of the shots in these videos are coming from Storyblocks, the sponsor of this video. Can you figure out which one they are? Like which of the shots of this video are from Storyblocks and which one are not? And it's kind of fun because you pay attention to the whole video, obviously a bit more because you need to figure out which one are from that. It's Kane. Hi, welcome on in. How are you? But at the end of the day, you don't know. And that's what makes it good as a good ad, because it's just like, well, I didn't fucking know that that shot from the car was like from Storyblocks and that shot from the sky was from Storyblocks either, because you have, as the creator, you have like similar shots already. So it's just, it blended it so well. And I do feel like you will have the ability to generate something with AI at the same level of integration, but it will probably end up being untrue, if that makes sense, in the sense that the outputted videos that we are seeing in here have never happened in real life. Like that mouse movement, really bad. If you That's gonna sound so bad. If you cut the head off, you good. Like the rest, the body language is good. The hand language is good, kinda. Uh, the hair is okay for once, but anything else, like the mouse is wrong, the head placement is wrong, and it's just something about it that is kind of off. But it's just it's potentially just these shots that are fucked up. But one of the other thing that I'm seeing, which is potentially happened in that video that I don't know, the fact that he has put himself into some of the shots from earlier, I don't see why not he wouldn't have had one of these shots generated and you would never know. Like, that's the type of thing that also will happen. So there is this other creator that I followed on TikTok a long time ago that talked about an app that was doing the exact same thing, where basically you took picture of your setup, picture of yourself in different angles, so that the model had like the different facial expressions and so on, and it just generated a video of you in your background with your mannerism, with your lighting, with your stuff in place. There was still, at that time, it was like a year and a half ago, so there were still some issues with the mouse movements, as always, to match with the sound. But right now, with these things, it's probably going to be much better. And, by the simple fact that you can have consistency in model creation, I feel like it could have happened. But I don't know. But I need to watch the entire thing to figure out what has been said, because right now we don't have sound, which is kind of sad. That's a big ass wrong pose right there. But yeah, that face is so off in a way that's just like not good. Let me get that as well. Loaded. But yeah, I know that Higgs is a good platform. It has like it has a lot of things that are potentially good and allow you to get access to all of the models, which is pretty nice. But as always, as we have mentioned in the past, we haven't really mentioned that on stream, but we have mentioned that off stream. The current state of the tech is the worst it's going to be for the paid versions. And then there is something that will happen inevitably, which is we will figure out a way to make it 10 times, 100 times more efficient than what it is right now. And it would render most of the data centers, most of the cloud services kind of obsolete. And that would take over somehow. So I'm more interested in figuring out how to make these things run on device locally, rather than like remaining on Higgs website and letting them do the computations and so on. But I understand that right now this is the easiest way to go, so I get it. Yeah, I agree. Have you seen the LTX model? No. I haven't. Tomorrow is the 19th. Tomorrow is the day where my cursor plan reset and where I know if the 20 bucks that I have spent that are going into my 45 bucks of included usage make me pay 25 bucks and 78 cents on top of my included usage or not. If it does, I'm fucked. I can't do shit. If it doesn't, it means that all of my calls here that officially costed me money are absolutely free, and therefore it's just like all of these things that were free in the past for me because I was in a very specific type of plan. It's just not gonna say free. It's gonna give me a value, but I'm not gonna pay it because it's included in my plan. If that's the case, that's good. What do you mean? Are you loaded for the next 3 years? Right? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I do not have Venmo with a V, nor Wemo, nor anything. So no, I don't think you can do that. Fucking. Got cash for 3 years of life. What do you mean? What do you mean? In my own banking account of how much I have? No. No. I don't I'm not. I'm in the red-ish. Don't even know if I have. Yeah. That's the notification of 12 minutes ago. So. Not good. But yeah, no. No, I don't have enough. I mean, I have enough money on the side to survive, which is the point. That's the reason why I've been like unemployed for the past 3 years. But, like, it's there. Nonetheless, with this thing though, that's the thing. If tomorrow I'm receiving a bill of 25 bucks, then I can't, or I will not be able to use Cursor as much as I want it to be used, as in more than 20 bucks a month. If it doesn't make me pay anything because it is marked as included, then I am good and I will be able to potentially go back into like work on stream, but I don't know because Cursor apparently break the stream when we have Cursor running. The stream is crashing, so I don't know. I don't have Vimo. You probably, which I don't know what it is. I don't think that's it. It's not Venmo either. Sir, I don't I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I have never seen this thing in my life. I have no clue uh, of what that is. This is the first time I hear about it. So if you are sending me money through this thing, you are sending money to someone else. That's probably what's gonna happen because I don't have that. I don't have that. Um, I think Ideal is interesting. It feels more like a deal platform than anything else. And then Wero is probably like a Euro slash we are Euro type of situation. But yeah. Um, I see. So I don't know, Larkin. I have no clue. Um, I do not know. And technically, if you send me something, I should probably receive some sort of an email that tells me that I have received some money, which doesn't seem to be the case right now. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Grizz, let me just check that for 1 second. You're saying that you are open source with this thing? Mm-hmm. Godwin, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? This is cute. Sorry. That. Can I zoom in? That effect of um, adding a new stickers on top is such a nice idea. This is such a nice thing. Um, this is a great idea. The fact that you can just remove the sticker or add a sticker on top of the existing label is such a nice thing. Congrats on that. I like that. I like that a lot. This is a very cool idea. Um, this is a bit of a weird thing. I understand, what it does and how it works. I feel like having it on a click as well as on drag and release is probably an option. Um, if it was meant for mobile, then I'm gonna shut the fuck up because it makes sense on mobile, yes. Oh my god. Yeah. It makes sense. Is this? It is. Hmm. I like it. I like it. I feel like this is a bit more complex to have on mobile than it is on desktop. So, but nonetheless, good job. You have like again, me being me, don't worry about it type of situation. Um, but yeah, you probably don't see that. Do I have Figma open? I do. And now this is not gonna work. God damn it. That's what happened. That's what happened. We have a bit of an issue right there, but you can't really see it. There is a container that crops your shadow by like a hair at the edge of your buttons right there. And I don't know if it's just like I can see this because my glasses. I think that's the case. Um, Basically, in between that point and that point, you have a smidge amount of difference. So if I take that right here and that right there, these two things have the smallest amount of changes. But I can see it. Not as it's bad. It's just like it's such a straight line though. That's the thing. Anyway, let me see if I can just bump it off. Yeah, that's the delimitation. So it's either the shadow drop off that has an issue, or you have a cut somehow. But yeah, I can see that line when it's like regular. So other than that, but yeah, that's what you get when you ask me for some reviews slash feedback slash stuff because you know. These are good. That change is neat. That's good. I like that. I like that. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. That's neat. That's good. I like that. I like that. I would have, again, you know, whatever. I would probably have like a bit more activity in the in here, but yeah. No, I can see the ASCII effect. Don't worry about it. You just can't on stream, but we can see it. You have a bit of repetition that I see when I'm zoomed out in some spaces, but yeah, you have like multiple variations. This one is more wavy than the other side. Like this one is more square, bubbly. So that's an interesting thing. But yeah, this is really good. This is really good. Probably would be better if it was on mobile than it's on desktop right now. Like that's probably the same thing as earlier. And then that, if I remember correctly, yeah, this is pretty impressive. Still. Interesting. Interesting system. I'm trying to make a cube, as if you didn't know. I don't know how that happens. I I don't know why these things are not linked together, but this is really cool. Um, it's just kind of weird to have here. Probably how we'll call it. I think, if I remember correctly from your post on Twitter from last month when you talked about this, um, it is interpolating the placements of the points based on my movements. So if I move things here, for example, and I'm looking at the back properly, if the line that I have is linked to this thing, it's going to start at that point and then kind of move away from this thing so that it has this kind of off-center situation if I'm touching things. If I'm not, then it's gonna interpolate the reactions in between the two. So like this, for example, is gonna be roughly in the same plane as the original one instead of being somewhere here, which it should be. But then that is going to be kind of curved, and that's kind of weird as a system because it's trying to go from the point in the previous plane to the current plane of existence that it's curving through. But, you know, it's cool. It's cool nonetheless. We agree. We agree. We agree. And then that, yeah. A bit glitchy at the bottom, but that's my computer. Don't worry about it. That's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. He fixed it. Did you fix it? You kinda did. You kinda did. It's still there though. By like a hair, but yeah. Mm. So you have a 2-click situation now for revealing the images, kind of spoiler situation. Um, that's pretty cool. I didn't say that last time, but I feel like I should have. In your projects. So when you're here and you have your artifact situation, if I'm not mistaken, you have the ability to go to next with the next blog post thing that you have. When we are in the books, that is not the case. And I feel like you should. I don't see why not. Like that's keeping the same pattern across the pattern of reading. Seems like a potential good idea. And then congrats on re-adding the spine. And then lastly, because this thing is broken since the latest update. Do you have some of them? Yeah, you do. You still do. This is good. I think you did a great job. I think you did an amazing job on this one. It's clean enough in the sense that it's just like it's everything that you need and nothing you don't. Oh my god. I speak like an AI. So this is pretty good. That one could take a tooltip as well, just in case. I don't know if I would trust. This is maybe just a me thing. Don't worry about it. Um, I don't know if I would trust something that sent me to a Twitter profile as a hiring person. Like if they have a website, I would go to the website, but I'm guessing right now they don't have a website. And that's probably the reason why you are linking to Twitter instead of anything else. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm gonna... My whole computer is currently dying. I'm gonna do that just as a potential, you know. Just that's a me thing. This is the usual. It is the usual. You see how every single bottle has a different rotation? That making sure that it has like a non-equal thing, so they look similar. They look like they have similar variations, but they mostly have like a random on their angle, and it's like a -4 +4 degrees, and that's it. I feel like this is the type of shit, micro details, that you need to have on your titles. So here, experiments, artifact, experience, bookshelf, elsewhere could have like a +2 -2 degrees of angle, because these things are handwritten, and because they are handwritten, then they might not be totally straight with the rest of the page layout. As the first thing. And then you could have a +4 -4 leading padding or leading margin, just so that it's not exactly entirely aligned with the layout, but mostly is, so that it will just, you know, sometimes you write thing by hand and you're a bit skewed and you're a bit not on the line, and that potentially could make it look like a bit more organic. Other than that, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I do still think that I need like an image here. I need a... I think we need something. I think we need something there to showcase. You have on the Figma file, you have like the app icon, if I remember correctly. You could do that. You could do that. That's a great point. That's a great point. It's 15. Other than that, yeah, that's neat. That's working. It does the job. It does the job. What do you mean? Other experiments? We've looked at. Oh, we haven't looked at more. We haven't looked at these two things. That's clean. That's clean. That's interesting. Can play with it. I can play with it. Obviously. I'm doing it. Would be great if the click was creating something, having like a bit more of an impact on the goo itself than just mouse position. But that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a random goo every time the page loads, so that's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool system. Nice for like no real need for anything. That is not good for performance in my computer. The fans are starting to run. We opened this thing and the fans started to say, "Oh, you know what? We can't do anything about it. Uh it's too much. It's too much." So yeah. This one is interesting. I don't think I like the fact that it's numbers and letters and things like characters. It's just numbers. I think I would rather have them with particles, but that's just me. It's just like a change on instead of having numbers, you use like the same fucking image of something, and that's good. But yeah, um, that is a good take. That is a good take. I agree with it. I agree with it. The thing is, sometimes you want your users that can't afford you to be able to run your things, you know? So you make sure that you get something that is performant because I can afford you, but my users can't afford you. And I need my users to afford me, as in the app, not the other way around. But that's pretty cool. That is really good. I'm gonna save that for later. That's gonna make sense. That is going to make sense. Um, we have some teeny tiny thing that I need to talk about really quickly. And like I said, have you tried any good Figma MCP? The Figma MCP, the original official Figma to Cloud MCP is pretty good, and it's impressive when it works. The issue is not Figma and not Claude or Anthropic. The issue is them together. So that's the thing. If you don't want to pay, then I don't know. uh, Astrum maybe could be a thing. I forgot if we have a link to Haystrom in there. I don't think we do, but Joshua has been creating a Figma / MCP thing Um, in the past, I know we have a link. We've had links in the past about it, and it is with the paid systems, paid subscription. But I think he decided to implement a way to get like your own API within it. Um, and that might be good, but I don't know enough for you to be like, yeah, yeah, that would work. Um, but obviously, because I'm looking for something, I'm not gonna find the thing in question. So yeah, that's uh, that's interesting. Um, and I wish we had. I wish we had, but we don't. I wish we had links. Oh my god. um, right now, the potential tools, if you want to connect Claude to Figma, are going to be uh, Claude itself, and you just need to authenticate. Um, Pencil is built on top of Claude, so it's like built in. Magic Path is the other one, and Paper is the other one. I hate Paper because of their CEO, and the vibe that is behind it. Like most people are making it as if it was the savior of all designers, and it's shit every time I test it. So I hate it for that reason, but it might be good if you like it, try it out. But yeah, no, Magic Path seems to be pretty good, mainly because it has that very interesting system that we have been looking for a long time, where you have like your built-in system with your cloud subscription, with your whatever subscription, and your canvas are the same thing as Pencil, but then you end up with this, and this is really interesting. The fact that you can have the design right here and the code right there, and then touch the code and have the thing edited and so on is pretty good. The fact that this has been updated based on my tweet is pretty impressive. That is pretty good. So yeah, Magic Path is the only other one potential because it seems good, but I don't have enough information about it just yet. So yeah, Mars, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? Yeah, that thing right there is that's not what I'm looking for. Um, is was supposed to be right here about basically yesterday, and yeah, it's I mean impressive that they just saw the tweet, updated the design right away. That makes sense. That makes sense. I do like this though. I do like the fact that they said that's on us. Um, it was like an attributed source on Pinterest, and we just recreated it with the image to code thing that we have in the app. So, you know, that's uh, that's a cool way of handling it. But yeah, we never know. We never know. Anyways, so Magic Pass is one of them. Um, Pencil is the other one. Paper is the one that I don't like. And I guess by the simple fact that they don't have to work in the page, I guess not. I guess they didn't. I guess they decided to say, you know what? Let us know. um, but maybe they will do something about it, and then later on we will have the same design again coming back. Um, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Other than that, um, there was another one. Ah, Wonder. Ah, Wonder is the last one. I do like them for the UI and their mascots and what they are presenting and so on. But that's about it. Like they have a pretty good overall interface. They have a pretty good output based on what we are seeing on their previews and what some people have been doing on their platform as well. And they have a very cool, you know, fun interface when it comes to all of that. So we do like it. But other than that, um, yeah. If it's bad, it's bad. And if Chris has tested it, I don't know when you tested it. Tested it. But if it's shit, it's shit. It happens. Um, yeah. I mean, you can't. Did you send me shit? That's the question. What? I doubt. Last week? Oh my god. I haven't received money in a long time. So, yeah. Um, Let me check my analytics. Nope. I have received $600 and 66 cents since well, the end of last month. And that's the unemployment payment on ban, and that's it. So no 666 cents. I'm missing $66 to get like that entire thing. I agree. I agree. But yeah. Would you? I doubt it. I doubt this would work, but we never know. Um, yeah. Just, oh my god. The fact that my phone is on VPN all the time just means that most of the things that are French related are not working, and right now the thing that I'm trying to check is not working. I'm pretty good. Malcolm, welcome on in as well. I saw your name, but I didn't say anything. My bad. My bad. Yeah, I did. I did. You sent me $20. Appreciate it. You sent me $20 on the bank account that I don't use. That's good. That's good. It's there. I see it. I see it. Thank you. You basically have paid for my banking fee. That's what it is. It's the banking fees. They are not lost indeed. They are not lost. So yeah, so that's the third one. Paper is the last one that I just that's not what I wanted to do. Paper is the last one that I just don't like. Uh, but you know, if you want to try them out, try them out. Um, no more 4% fees or 30% fees or 12% fees for donations. What do you mean? If you don't use like one of the existing platforms, yeah. The thing is, if you use PayPal as a donation platforms on stream and you have it set to friends and family, it's direct, no fees. So as long as you're not making hundreds of euros per streams, for example, in donations, then you're safe. Otherwise, you need to move that into something that is more for a business account. And Wero is interesting as well, but yeah. So the thing is, the the MCP itself, apparently based on what Larkham has said, the MCP itself is only available if you have a paid seat, meaning that you are paying at least $20 a month for Figma. That unlocks the MCP and the access to the MCP. And then, in order to just use any other models, you need to have any other models that you have that can run through things. So, that is as expensive as your subscription. So if your subscription is DeepSeek and you're like, I don't know, in the cheapest of their things, then it's going to be the cheapest of their things. If it's with Claude, then it's going to be as expensive as Claude stuff. So that's the thing. That is such a weird thing. Based on what Zoink has said about, I'm not gonna find it. um, Figma itself has had an announcement some time ago that we haven't really touched on because we haven't looked at the release note. But this was supposed to be the announcement where you could now have AI team members go in and do the job the same way that it's doing instead of pencil and paper and Wonder and all the others. So I don't understand. Apparently, based on what Larkham just said, it might be limited to a very specific amount of request per day, per month, which is such a bad thing. But why not? Piss me off. It pisses me off. Why are you sending me that same notification again? That makes no sense. Anywho, yeah, that's like one of the things that have been kind of announced-ish, and I don't have any information about it. So to be checked, but we have no clue. We have no clue. Other than that, that's the thing. So if you can link to Figma MCP, then you will have the thing. It doesn't make any sense though. The fact that you're saying that you can just have 6 MCP calls on the free plan seems like a weird thing because it's not Figma that is paying for that. It's, or maybe I don't understand, which is fine. To me, the cost is on the model. meaning that the model is going to go through your file, not Figma doing anything. So the fact that it's paid is such a weird thing. I don't like it. I don't like it. But yeah, using pencil is a bit better. It will end up with a better output and it's not limited. So as long as you have credits on your cloud account, then you would be good. And you know, that's the good thing. The other stuff is just like in order to get access to the MCP, you need to get access to the harness itself. So if I'm here, for example, you just need to be able to go into dev mode, and from the dev mode thing, if you select a frame that you want the MCP to take over, you just have that link. But what I usually do is I just get this. This thing is fucking slow. I'm getting the message itself, and then that key right here is the key of that file that is only accessible from my local MCP. And I'm just sending that to any LLM that I have. And since it's running in the background, you know, it makes sense. But yeah. Feels if you're not in the shower already. That sounds interesting. The issue that I have is this. This makes no sense. It looks like I'm about to send 87 thing, which is not true because I don't have any fucking change, and my history that is here is yours. Like all of that is thing that is coming from you that I'm not supposed to have. So I don't understand. And so when I'm pulling, it's giving me a conflict on the init.typescript. And I don't know what to conflict about or unconflict about. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do the exact same thing. I did that already. That's the issue. I did a git reset hard head. I need head, right? That. Whoa. Yes, but I need to do git reset hard head, right? That's the. That sentence alone was pretty good. Pretty good. I don't. All right. I don't want to do that here. Let me see if Z can work. Let me see if Z can work. Reset, bitch, with an E. With an E. It is. Reset it. And then the git pull is giving me this thing, which is apparently divergent branches, and I don't know which one to do. So I can, as always, do my regular things when I have issues like this, which is just deleting the entirety of the project from my computer and then recloning the repo based on head. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, Long Traveler. Thanks a lot for being here, as always. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. It is a solution, right? It is one of these solutions that makes sense, that is easy to do. It's just like, well, hey, you wipe the shit out and then be done. But yeah, I don't know if here there is something that I can do to make sure that it works. It's not the first time that I have this issue specifically, so that's why I would love to know what exactly needs to happen here. so that if it rehappens later, I can just do something or not. Like, would it be better to get like a rebase, um, a fast forward? I don't know what that is. I don't know. If you don't have any recommendations, I will just delete the files and then re-import it, re-clone. But yeah, I wish it made more sense, but it didn't. So yeah. And Dapshi, I agree with you. The issue that I have with letting Claude take care of, all right, if you don't know, I'm gonna just delete the file, delete the folder, and be done with it. The thing that I don't like about Claude doing the thing is that I don't exactly know what it's doing, and sometimes I kind of need to understand, specifically when it's like merging and conflict resolutions that should not have happened, that have had happened by Claude making. And yeah, I don't like that. So let me do that and that. That makes sense. That's working. And then here we're gonna go in Yoker, delete that entire thing, and then go back there. We say we don't have anything, so let's clone again. And now we have Yoker, and we are last fetched here. Wow! Wow! And we good. Just make sure. Up to date. Perfect. That's it. You can go take your shower now. That was the main question, because I really don't understand. It's not the first time where your own that's true. Your own comments, yeah, are appearing as if they were coming from my device. Like, this is one of the things that is kind of weird, and it just yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. So I don't know. That's interesting. That's an interesting layout here. This is the first time I'm really using Z, to be honest. So I'm not at home right here. I don't know. I don't get it. I haven't used anything. Most of the thing that needs to happen in there are not happening, and I haven't set up anything. So I'm just lost. I'm just lost every time. And I don't have an API key available for it. So yeah, but at least it's up to date. Cool. Apparently I need to kill all of that. In the side notes, and I'm gonna just check something for 1 second before I go side noting on everything. Have I received a DM on this on Slack? I've had to use Slack with that client specifically, and how can I say? I'm happy I don't use Slack on a daily basis anymore, because this was shit. I hate it, but I didn't have a choice. So yeah, you know. Congrats. Is it good? Is it running? Is it doing the things that it's supposed to do? I know you're still blurred. I don't know, have you used Suno in the past? Have you seen how things are supposed to be working? That's an interesting system. That's such a bad move. Okay, cool. Interesting. Hmm. It runs a generated music scores. So for the Suno generation and music generation and thing that we have in the past and have talked about in the past, I feel like generating some basic beats is not a bad idea. It's not necessarily a bad move, like just having a bass line or something is fine. The main reason for this is that you would probably figure out the same way if you were in FL Studio and just placed things around and so on. So that would work. But if you just want like some instrumental things, it's okay. The lyrics, they sound really AI generated in Suno specifically, so I don't know with that new things that I shared earlier how it works and if it's good or not good. But yeah, the thing that I had generated in Suno in the past were like some sort of a emo core, death metal, synth vibes to see if it could, and it kind of could, but it was bad, but it kind of could. So, you know, it's an option. It's an option. Anyways, so as I was mentioning, kind of, this was impressive as an image generation thing, and they have created this as a Figma file, you know, and then they used GPT image 2 to say, let's turn that into a nail set. And I think this is one of the best implementation of from Figma to image generation that I've seen in a long time. Because it's just like it's that simple. They wanted to have like very designed things, and then turning that into nail sets is a pretty impressive feat. So, you know, I thought it was fun, and it has a lot of very cool details in how the nail polish is like blending in with one another and the shadows and so on. But yeah, I think it's a fun thing. Um, Other than that, small details. The other thing that we have seen is for Techie specifically, we have these cats that looks very similar to the cats that I have built a while ago. So maybe they are the same, and this is kind of fun for me. So when you look at this cat, right, that's a very specific type of cat. And when you look at my own dribble profile, and let me just go into the first things, the cat itself right here is kind of similar in terms of the vibe and the simplicity that we have in there. This is something from 2018, 2017, which I probably made in like 2017 mid-year instead of December. But you know, interesting nonetheless. It's based on this one, so it happens. But yeah, fun stuff with the cat thing. This is mostly for Techie specifically. I have with the client that I'm working with, which is like the last few days, I wanted to potentially implement like some sort of a mascot as well, and I wanted to have it be based on some parts of the logo. So we talked about it in the past. I kind of showcased it really quickly somewhere around here. Not there. somewhere around. Where the fuck did I put that? Right here. So we have this thing that looked interesting, and then I noticed that the I was placed very close to the M, and if we added like a second one, we could have a cat. So I just had fun with that, and that worked for me, but didn't work for the client that didn't like it. And then about a day ago or something, I kind of explored other thing because the logo that we have selected was this one. These M's kind of looked like a rabbit or rabbit ears, so I kind of explored a bit more rabbit e things. I think it's an interesting interesting idea, but this would never work. It's just like to present how and where the thing is coming from. I could just do that, but I don't know. I don't know. It's a cute rabbit. It's a weird shape. And I think the mouse here with the lips on top kind of works, makes it more it's emotive, I guess, but I do love this one just because of how bored it is. Same as this. But I don't know what we would use it for, though. That's the thing. It would make absolutely no sense within the app to have any of that in any capacity. Like the app doesn't need a mascot per se. So I don't know, but it's cute. I'm gonna still present it to the client the next time we have a call, to see if that's something that they are, interested in looking at potentially using as an option. Right now, the only thing that we have access to when it comes to the selection from the brand, from the client, is this thing. I gave them access to the stamps and a wide variety of stamps, so that they can just reuse that and play with them if necessary. And then we added like a lot of other colors. This one has been added. This one has been added as well as a blend for more acid colors because they love some very bright things. So we made some marketing content for their potential backgrounds, so that if they have like an ad to run and they need like a background, they can pick from this big ass set. I love this one because it goes with my regular active things when I'm having this embossed paper at the bottom of the thing. It's not visible enough, I think, which is kind of sad, but it's as a billboard slash ads on the street, that could be like a subtle thing based on what the app is. It kind of makes sense. But yeah, I do prefer them in green, but apparently the user base wants purple, so we're going purple. We're going purple. Makes sense. But yeah, having fun with this. These are cute. These are cute stamps. Easy to play with. And so on. So yeah, I think that's the end of this client. I also have this thing that I have quickly touched but not really worked on whatsoever, giving like the preview of the app, but the app doesn't look like this, so that's not a good thing. Gas face, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was the weekend? I forgot that it's Monday. Not gonna lie. I am so cut off of everything, and my schedule is such a weird thing that I'm like, what day is it? I don't know. Good. Good thing then. Also, why is this an empty screen? I do not know. Anyways, back to this. So we have that. We've been seeing a ton of other small activities that are pretty cute. And we kind of stopped somewhere around here. This one was an amazing thing. Kai, how? Welcome on in. Welcome back. How's your day going? How have you been? How's everything? Um, this is this is an impressive tech again, as the actual there's no sound again. As the actual retweet of that thing is, people are obviously going to watch actual 3D volumetric, like life-size volumetric of people singing. No other activities whatsoever. But as a concept, this is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know if this is 3D recording or if it's something else. I don't exactly know what the tech is, other than the fact that this is just Gaussian splatting. But you know, yeah. It haven't been discussed because it doesn't make any sense to me. As I have said, if I can find this thing. Congrats on landing. That's an impressive gay baguette dropping in. Appreciate it. So, yeah, apparently based on what people have said, it's just like that you can only change your app icon if you are Duolingo. Other than that, that's not feasible. The main issue that I have with the Discord that is happening on Twitter is that most people dislike it because of the change, but also because of how shit it is as an app icon. And then when you look at things like here, like what Dimitri has done, this one is much better. The main reason why it is much better is because the curve of the mirrors is kind of matching the curve of the logo, and it's so much better. But because I'm old and I remember that Spotify logo used to have white stripes on top of green, if these things and these mirror, just the mirrors, nothing else, would have been pure white and not mirrored in, as in painted on the mirror things, it would have been even better. And I've been saying that, and no one really has, liked it. It doesn't really matter. But this is a very much like better execution than what was done by Spotify. So to me at least, the main issue is not the fact that it's changes. The main issue is that it looks like shit, and it doesn't have the exceptional design that we expect from Spotify since, like, as designers. The other thing that I want to remind everyone as well is they already used this icon in the past. And I think when it was used the first time, I think it was for the 10 years or for uh, a very Christmas related thing. They have done a similar thing. Uh, it, it, there was no backlash about it just because, the generation before, which is mine mostly, we don't give a shit. It's just like, okay, cool, new icon. And we know that these icons are temporary, like when all the brands are changing to the pride flags for months, and then they are anti-pride after that, like that's the usual thing. So we don't care. But I think it's mostly the execution and the fact that it looks like the designer just said, uh, let's just let me just look for a disco ball image. They found one, they took it and they used it, and they didn't do any more work on that. Like they just greened it and that's about it. Um, like they probably just took this based on how it looks and the fact that these four are highlighted, which is very similar to what we have uh, right here. Well, So yeah, it's just the implementation. If it was like better done like this, I don't think people would have had any issues with it. It's just like it's fine. But then I do have the issue that it would have been so much better if the tiles were white instead of that thing on top. I understand how you need to keep the logo as the logo, but yeah, at least for me, it's the fact that the arc matches the arc, and therefore we are kind of okay with it. But anyways, other than that, yeah. Also, this one was fun. We haven't talked about it last week. We should have on Friday, but yeah. So Figma has been posted. Like Dylan talked about it like about 5 days ago, 6 days ago ish. And then on the 14th disclosed everything, and once that was disclosed, Figma jumped 20%, so impressive jump. However, I just reminded everyone that you just need to zoom out, because when you just zoom out, 20% is well, you can't see the jump. It had a bigger jump right here than what we've done on the 14th. So, just when you're looking at stocks, please zoom out. But nonetheless, 20% is pretty impressive if you have like 10K to spend on stock, and you know when things are going to happen, and you just invest 10K in Figma a day before, and then you get like 20% up. It's good. It's good. Yeah, no, no. No, if you vote here, you will break even probably at one point. Probably, but I'm not sure. And then you will sell, it will explode, like go further past your selling points. And so you will buy again, it will crash again. That's the usual thing. So what I would do in order to just have your peace of mind, you sell everything you have now for a loss, you buy it again immediately, and then you wait. And if it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down, it goes down. But if it goes up, it will look like it went up like crazy. But that's about it. Like I wouldn't, I still wouldn't recommend. As I mentioned, um, when we talked about it the first time with Pot on stream, my basic strategy would have been to buy on opening day, sell on opening day. So basically buying first when the thing's open, holding for like 5 to 8 hours, and then selling. And if I had done that, I would have made 10 to 20% on this. And then I would probably have bought around here, and then lost a lot. But this rebounds again, not financial advice because I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just looking at the TDs and the markups and the thing of how it looks. Um, that is a test. It went back down and then it went back up. So I would probably have bought somewhere around here. So it go up, expect the best, and then crash because that's always what happens. Um, but yeah, buying somewhere around here would have been pretty okay. That's like 3 months ago, 2 months ago, and eh, would have been fine. It's still like in the deficit, but it's a less deficit. Like right now, I'm in. My biggest deficit is Xiaomi because I have like so much in there. And it's just so bad. Like I bought around here, my first share, and I was like, God damn, it's going up. It's so nice. I bought so much more and it's still going up, and I bought a ton somewhere around here. And then everything kind of crashed and it went back up, but it's still lower than what I paid. It went back up. I was happy. It crashed again, and now I'm like, I think I made 2,000 as a deficit on this one, 2 to 3,000. Don't do it. Don't invest. But we'll see. Xiaomi might do the regular, like very slow growth. If that's the case, then we stabilize somewhere around like the height of the previous version and so on. But that's going to be complicated. But we'll see. We'll see. For now, we don't know. Yeah. So my dad got me into it when I was 15, 16, a long time ago now. But some of the values and the wisdom that he decided to share with me was only invest what you are willing to lose. So in your head, if you invest something, you don't have it anymore. It doesn't exist. And then if you can double your money, sell half, everything that is in there doesn't exist, has never existed in any time or whatever, and then it can do its thing, and if it's going up, it's going up. If it's going down, it's going down. You don't care because it never existed in the first place. So that is the usual recommendation for me and from my dad. And and it kind of worked in most places. The main issue that I have with that is that you as a money driven person, when you're looking at stocks, you see the things go up and you're like, oh, I made like 100% of what I've put in. So I put it $100, I'm at 200. If I sell 100 and it goes to 3, I will only make 50, because in your head it's like, oh, well, it's going to take like 50% of what it's doing right now. And you end up with your brain being wrong, because if you sell 100 out of the 200 that you had, you basically have 100 more that you didn't have before. And in the 50s, it's like you made 150. And if it goes up, it goes up. But if it goes back to 0, you don't really care, because these 100 that are in there didn't exist in the first place. Right now, the fact that I bought when I thought it was going way back up and then crashed means that I'm in a very big deficit. And if I achieve at some point, which I doubt, a break even, I'm probably going to take half off or everything out, and then it's going to go up as always. But yeah. And it also depends on what you want to invest in. But yeah, nonetheless, the main goal is only invest what you're willing to lose. So it's money that you don't have and don't need. And then once it's double, just take half. Take half out, then let it be. The thing that I have talked about, it's kind of sad, but I don't know where we are in this. My dad used to have some crypto at some point that he sent to me to manage, but I don't remember if he sent me the entire thing that he had or if he sent me like a portion. And if he sent me a portion, he has in his crypto wallet some things in there. And since he dead since 2018, I don't know what happened, and I don't have access to that wallet, and I don't know if there is something in that wallet whatsoever because I don't have the wallet address at all. So that's the type of thing that you need to do. You need to buy and forget. So the stressful part that you have is the thing that you want to avoid as much as possible. You need to just like, okay, cool, I've invested in this thing. And if it goes up, it goes up. And if it goes down, it goes down. But I don't care. I'm not gonna look at it every day because that's what most people are doing most of the time. But day trading, which is other things, is interesting. I think you can make a lot of money as well in there, but it's also very complicated and it is stressful because you need to be like as fast as you can be. And most of the times right now with the regular trades, you end up with things that are more than automated, AI based nowadays, and prediction based on top of the bot actions. And in order to make a ton of money, you need to be able to already have a ton of money. Like the day trading things, again, still not advice. I don't know what I'm talking about. But the regular day trading things is you put in 100K, it goes up 1%. That's like 1K that you've made. It goes up 5%, you've made 5K. And that's basically what people are trying to achieve. So, eh, you know, you need some money in the beginning. I don't know if you've seen, and this one, I don't remember if I liked it because it is kind of crazy. There's a guy that apparently, and I don't know if it's true, that apparently had his wallet locked out, lost his private key, and then used Claude to figure out the private key. And then he basically had access to 5 bitcoins that were lost since 2015. And when you look at the history of the transaction on his wallet, or the wallet that he's claiming that is his, you can see that he was like received 5 bitcoins about 2015 and then removed 5 bitcoins in 2026 just out of nowhere. So that's a thing that was pretty impressive. Um, I don't know if it's true. I don't have a lot of information about this, but it was pretty cool. Um, yeah. The thing is, when you lose quick or gain quick, you basically have a way to make your money back because you have enough money to just burn. So it's the same thing. Like you can only use the money that you're willing to lose. And for these people, the 100K is play cash. Like it doesn't mean anything to them. It's just 100K. That's nothing. So if they lose 100K or if they win 100K, it's just like, okay, cool. On to the next. Like if it's not $1 million, they're like, okay, cool, that's nothing. So you need to be loaded in the first place in order to be able to just play with the same legs. So I understand. I understand. I'm not gonna find it. I'm telling you right now. I am not gonna find it yet. Oh, that's like further out. I probably didn't like the post. But yeah, that story was pretty interesting. The fact that Float Code may have. How do I get to that first place? What do you mean that first place? In 2018, god dang. God dang. Yeah, I don't have it here. Yes. Important. So, small derails, you know, of what we're talking about right now, but it is important to talk about. The designer usage of stamps is shifting just a smidge. And this is taking over. It's going slowly, but tags and all the tickets are taking over the stamps in the designs. So I've been seeing a ton more than usual people that are using like tags and movie tickets and like grocery store tickets for presenting things instead of stamps, because stamps have started to be overused in everything. So this is a small derail in what we are talking about, of a pattern that I'm noticing that might become like more prominent in the future. I don't know yet. This is the fifth design that I'm seeing, which is promoting tags instead of stamps, which means it's a bit of a pattern, but it's not necessarily a truth just yet. Taya, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? So that's just the thing. Anyways, the how you get to the place of getting 100K and being loaded in the first place to be able to play in these leagues is you have rich parents and they did, and you got the money, or grandparents, same thing, or you know someone that is loaded and can just be like, oh yeah, that's play money. Let's just have fun with that. There are some people that are willing to give you 100K. Or you can build something that is so good that people love it and pay you for it, and you end up with 100K. That's basically the thing. And then OnlyFans, but that's not necessarily the type of thing that you would do, so I'm not recommending it. But OnlyFans is the best option. Yeah, exactly. It's very working things. Not really. This is not really good. It made me $400, $500 in total, roughly. The affiliate marketing has been the best option. because it's just like it's working. But yeah, me too. I'm still working for the component pack. So, basically tomorrow is the day. Like I couldn't work on it for the past months because I didn't have enough credits in Cursor to be able to just continue in working on it. So if tomorrow I'm not paying the $25 that are over the $20 that is supposed to be included, but it's still written as included. So if that's not happening, if I don't have a bill for $25 and 70 cents, it means that I can do whatever the fuck I want with the entirety of my Cursor account, in which case I can use every single AI models without paying, and I will finally be able to go through the components in its entirety, figure out exactly what needs to happen, and have this thing run with PNPM as a package manager to implement it and so on. That is taking a lot more time than expected because of my Cursor usage limitations. So tomorrow at least I should be able to get like through the thing that I need to do for Can, the thing that I need to do for Perfume, and the thing that I need to do for Mom for all three platforms. And yeah, after that we should be good. After that we should be good. But we'll see. We'll see when that happens. We will see when that happens. As always, if you bought the thing, you will have access to the components. So don't worry about it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It just like takes longer than expected, and I'm sad about it. But yeah, it's gonna happen. On a side note, and if you are one of my clients, please look away. This popped in, and I'm half sad, half happy with it. The design choices that they have made is extremely close to the design choices that I have made for the current client. And this is Hero UI Pro in the 4th version. What call it? Account number 2. And it is really interesting. The output is really good. All of that is neat. The price is debatable. It's like $300, but it's pretty nice. It is pretty nice. So if you are someone that is interested in Hero UI as a whole, that new version of the thing is pretty cool. It has a lot of presets to have and implement like your design, how much you want them. So this is something that is really cool. The reason why I do like it is also because the simple fact of the themability of these components being the exact same components taking one of these 3 predefined themes implies that if you implement these components in your project, you can have the components as themes for the users. So the user can say, oh, I want the brutalist design because I prefer the brutalist design, and it's using the exact same component from everyone else, so nothing is broken. But someone else that likes the glass better can use the glass instead, but it's the exact same app. So that's one of the reasons why I love this thing. But again, it's $320 for web and mobile at the same time. And that's a bit expensive. That is a bit expensive, and specifically it's not like a it doesn't have a Figma file that you can then play with. It's just components. So that's uh, that's a debatable thing, but it's still pretty cool. It's a cool core thing. And then that section at the bottom is really clean. These cards are cute as fuck. All of them, no questions. We like them. It's just fun. It's such an easy thing to do to create like this interesting behavior, but I've seen that in many places, and they all look pretty good. They all look pretty good. I don't know exactly if you can see all of that in on stream, but yeah. I need to know
Shah is now following.
why you have so many accounts. This is really bad. This is really bad for me, and this is really bad for you as well. So, yeah. It does. It's such a neat details. The only thing that I don't like about it is the fact that the text is uh, flying above. So it shifts in its distance, and it's not like part of the background, which makes it not look true in terms of the offset. I have a bit of an issue with it, but other than that, it's a very simple thing. Look at that. Look at that. Anyways, so yes, that thing is pretty cool, and the design system that they have in the move themes is very interesting. And the reason why I'm saying it looks very similar to what I have is this that section right about here, where these are the buttons that I have, which are like kind of similar. They have a bit more texture at the top. Obviously, this one is very flat, but then my fan ass toggles right there are kind of similar to the latest version that they have here. Same thing for the handles that I have. Yeah, I love this thick ass toggles. It's one of these things. When I was building it, I was like, you know what? I need this to be thick. It needs to be as fat as the buttons, um, if not like the same height. So I think my buttons are like 56-ish, and this one is like 48 to 50-ish. So yeah. Having fun with that. And that thing just doesn't make any fucking sense. This is not using any of the UI except the icons that are here, so it's a bit of a weird thing. But you know, as a presentation system, just having a case study right there with some metrics and some things that are going to be interactive, and me then having like some of the Figma files and some of the things that you can play with the case study itself and interact with the content, and have everything highlighted with the right colors that you want it to have. It's a fun system. It's a simple ID, but that way you have something for your case studies and your portfolios, and you don't need to think about it. So the fact that it's AI generated I don't care. I just go over, like, basically the AI generation that I've done for this is give me the layout and the basic structure. I went over for the content to make sure that it makes sense. And then I need to go into Figma and add like all of my images, make sure that I have like the proper image for the proper things. For the logo section that is right about here, for example, this one is supposed to be split into 4 sections. So my Figma file needs to have 4 sections in this thing, so that we have like my geometric phase for all of the geometric logos that I have, and then more of the letter forms exploration, some things that are more like handwritten, and maybe something that are like kind of out of shape, so something else on the last quadrants, so that it makes sense, just labeling them properly. then I could have something. But that would be basically that page with all of the research that we have around here, all of the exploration that we have around there as well, like all of these things, and so on. And the geometric face is going to be there. So all of that makes sense. But I still need to create the image themselves, you know, to get the proper outputs. But that way I don't have to think about the layout on this. And that was the main content. And then maybe, I doubt it, maybe at some point I'll go through a system that says, let me do, based on that thing, let's create a template that I can reuse in the future, and let's plug in another project that I've done that is similar, maybe plug in Can, maybe plug in Perfume, and so on, that are like project that I've worked on that needs some case studies, and Claude take care of the layout and the placements of things based on the code base that we have and the commits and the past activities. And then we would have a portfolio with the content that just need to be reviewed. Probably gonna happen. It's probably gonna happen. Just not right now though. There is a ton of phrasings, by the way, in there that is just like so much AI generated that I need to rewrite. But the layout is okay. Like that mark needs to be here. And I don't know why it's just like broken so far off. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I need to define the sizes and the things in the content. To be honest, the fact that we started here, like that was my first generation on Claude with some of the more interesting layouts that I wanted to have. These didn't have that effect in them. This was like added through Figma. The system was very simple and very rounded and so on. And then once I had like all of that, I generated the second version, which was very much Claude coded. Like this was made with Claude directly, not Claude design, like the regular Claude, and you can tell. And that's the thing that I use for the rest. And this is like more premium, but not as good as we wanted it to be. And then from there, we then explore like more stuff for the alignments and the design of the things and so on. And basically said, you know what, we don't do the UI. So let's not focus on the UI much. So more focus on other things, and all of that work. All of that was crazy. I counted, by the way. I have made 401 logo variations in this entire file. And I agree. Some of these logo variations are just like, okay, so we just changed the M in front, and that counts as like 2 variations for 6, 8. I get it. And then same thing there, we changed the font, so that's like 8 more variations. So sometimes the variation is very, very tiny, but sometimes it's just a matter of, does that curve make sense? Does that M make sense? Does the hoop needs to be like more rounded, less rounded, with an angle, with less angle, with a second loop inside to match the first one? Like all of that teeny tiny things 401. God dang. God dang. What should you prefer? Paying price per project or having plans for 5 projects? I would check existing CMS platforms and see what they are providing. So, I know we have, again, I forgot who, as always. Um, I know we have like some CMSs that make sense that we know. Um, not okay. Um, I think. Let me see if I can find it. Strap is not the one. Payload. I think payload is the one that I was looking for, but payload is now Figma, so that's not gonna be an option. Yeah, fuck. And we don't have the pricing anymore. Maybe they have kept the pricing at the bottom of the page. They don't. They have. Sorry. They have, but the page is empty. So basically you need to check what they have already and see how much they are making you pay for. All of that, which right now they will not disclose that because, makes no sense. But payload is one of them. There is another one that I forgot about. Like I forgot the name, and it is um, it is one of the people that we have in the community that is doing uh, that thing. I think it's James again, but obviously, I don't know. Um, Maybe that's Sanity. Maybe that's the one that I'm looking for. It is. That's a crazy background. That might not be exactly the thing that we are trying to achieve, but I think it's a content editor CMS thing that they have. But they are saying prices and so on. Like that's basically what I'm saying. They just have existing pricing that would make more sense. From my point of view, you need to figure out what costs you money. If anything costs you money. Like if it is like Payload, which was a headless type CMS that is just like self-hostable and so on, then Payload is something that the user need to pay for the hosting and the whatever, but Payload is providing the infrastructure in which the content will live and be organized in a way that is making a lot more sense. For you, if I understand correctly, you currently have something that basically does that, which is like an infrastructure in which you can define the schema, you can define the content, and you can have multiple projects, which means that what makes you a good fit for a need for a user is users that don't necessarily know what the schema is, and want to manage their content in a way that is like more easy, which is easier, easier than if it was like an Excel file. So most people, most of the time, will have something like one schema to two schema, which is the same thing that Framer CMS is providing, right? The free tier is like no CMS, the paid tier is like two CMS things. Same thing. Have a good look. And that could work. So from my point of view, for you, I would have like one schema and then five schemas potentially, which makes absolutely no sense. And then an amount of project or an amount of record per schemas, meaning that if you have like one schema and 100 records, then it makes sense. If you have like with the hosting and so on, so that's the thing. Um, yeah, I don't think that would make sense. You need a headless type of thing. Also, Larkham, have a good rest of your day. Um, and pencil is very fluid to move around. I don't know what computer you have, but it's very clean on my end. Maybe it's one of the latest update that I haven't tried that makes it kind of laggy. I don't know. But take care of yourself. Um, so yeah, Kane, I think for me, let's go there. It's always a good thing to be somewhere around here when we're talking about like layout and content. So if we have the the schema as an element, and we say that it's like my regular things, right? Inside of your schema, you can have your records, and from like linked to the records, you will also have things like your media and other assets that are like kind of they are linked to the records, but they are like they need some hosting space in order to get this thing to work, right? That is technically speaking one project. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually like the goddamn the user project that you kind of want to have to make sure that it's just like, you know, good enough. Cool. So that's a user project, which I think in the free tier or in the yeah kind of or in creating the paid tier, you need to define what you want to limit. Let me just be there. So you have the ability to say you limit the schema at like 1x schema, or or you limit the records, as in you can have like 100 records, or you have something that is based on media and you say that you provide like 1 gig of hosting for the medias, which is like very, very fast to go through. And you have to put the limitation on this thing so that you can say my initial like free tier or whatever is one schema, 20 records, and I don't know, 500 megabytes of storage. And then you go into the paid tier, and your first paid tier is going to be like you can have 5 schemas, no one care. You can have 200, or in order to make it like very much important, like 500 records per schema, or you can say 200 records per schema. and then you have like you host an average of 2 gigs per schema, you know? And then you can go up and you say that you have like an unlimited schemas with 1,000 records per schema, or 10,000, or unlimited, or whatever, and 50 gigs, and then you can buy more storage if necessary. So that's basically the only thing, or the only options that you have in order to figure out exactly how you can price things. Or the thing that makes sense the most is the storage, because you will host the thing, as far as I understand, in which case user needs to buy storage, and it needs to be storage that you have available. So basically what happens is, you as the creator is having a data center hub, whatever, that has like a ton of drives that are there for storage, and then client A comes in and says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that because that's like my 1 gig for the things, whatever." And then client B comes in and says, "Oh, I'm in the higher tier, so I'm getting uh, these two, like these two are mine." And then client A comes back and say, "You know what? I need this as well." And so they will like basically eat up your storage with time, meaning that you are still paying for everything that is unused, but you still need to be able to provide to potentially new users. So because the hosting is the most costly thing on here, based on the fact that your records are taking spaces and media is taking spaces as well, you want to do something where, technically speaking, you are either bound to record numbers or media numbers in terms of volume to get the output. So the thing that I have is going to be convex, because convex is kind of the best for the pricing here. And good luck on that. Tell you, that's a lot of work. Um, Then I don't know if we still have the pricing table that is supposed to be underneath. I doubt it. We do. So in the starter plan, we have the very basic systems, right? The file storage that is in there, but in terms of file storage, we need some things that are like more than just the amount that is provided. So in the limits that we have it somewhere around here. So the file storage is set as 1 gig in the free to start a tier, and then we go up to the professional tier, where it costs roughly 3 cents per gigs used per month once you pass the 100 gigs in file storage. Right now, for example, I'm in the free tier, so I have the 1 gig slash 5 MB of total database storage. And because I'm using a bit more, I'm paying like 22 cents per above things. The reason that this is working and this is pretty good is because it's as you just said, it's a pay-as-you-go system that in the starter plan, I could be just paying the $5 that is the the free, like the starter plan, which is somewhere around here, is like a flat fee of like $5 a month, I think, or something like this. I forgot. Um, and then anything that is above the threshold of free is gonna be like pay as you go situation. Or you could go pay as you go by default and just say, well, it's gonna be X amount per gigs that you're using. The details that is very important, going back to the thing that I had right here, is that your storage, you need to have it. So you as a service provider, you need to find a way that allow anyone to store things on your behalf on their own dedicated folders and repos and things without it costing you too much. But also, you need to have the ability to just have more storage if necessary. So that's like a lot more complex to put in place when you are the one that is managing storage. If you go the other way around, which is just self-hosting system, then you don't really have the ability to create like a based on storage situation, and you can't really provide anything really. So you need a system that is just like, I'm providing these features, like this set of features, these 5 features that are core. And if you want something that is more analytics and so on, you can buy the higher tier in your self-hosted thing, and then the system will have access to analytics and reviews and schema management and so on. It's a lot of things, but that's basically the only way that you have to get a headless thing that can be self-hosted by the clients, and you don't care about storage, and you don't have to prepare or pre-own the storage prior to. So that's the thing. I know it's annoying. And Taya, you said I don't think we can use your name in Japanese. I think you have ta, that's the first thing, and then ya, but then because you have the b, you would have b at the end. So that's how I would write it, or just like this. That's the, yeah. The thing is that this is b. So tayabu. Tayabu. Yeah, because you have double Y, it's a bit of a complicated thing. But yeah, that's the writing. Not necessarily the thing that makes the most sense, but it looks like this. It looks like this. Not really, because of the AHG is not a sound that we have. So same thing as the B as the end, you would have something that is like similar. Like my own name is different, and that's why I go with Ao in Japan, because it's so much easier. And I don't need to think about it too much. But yeah, goddamn, that is such a different thing. So yeah, Kane, I think that's the only options that you have. Provide storage hosted storage or provide services, and then businesses are using your platform or basically using your service as a they define where the storage is, but they use the web interface to just get access to the management, which is an option. It doesn't necessarily need to be self-hosted. By the way, you can have a thing that is similar to what Stony has done, where you can say, this is the drive that I'm using for storage, and it can be a local drive, it can be a remote drive, it can be an IP-based drive, which is basically a remote drive. You could do that. That might even be the best option, now that I'm thinking about it. Might be. It might be. The thing in my head was, if this is for people who sells websites, it wouldn't make sense for them to have a different account per project. They need one account to handle multiple clients' accounts. My options were the one you explained, that would be, as I said, priced at space level. Option 2, account level. Let's say you have agency plan, you're able to create 20 projects. Yeah. The thing that is a bit of an issue with that is that implies agency is still managing content for client, which is never the case. In product design agencies, in content agencies, then yes, they take care of it, and so they already have their services. But most of the time, if a client has access to you for the service of creating a website, and in said website there is a CMS that is in there, the agency, or at least from what I used to do, the agency is providing the service of, we manage the content, and that costs money per month on their end. So basically they pay you, let's say $15 a month, that's probably not the price, and they make the client pay $30 a month or $100 a month in order to get like the whole thing. But most of the times the client doesn't want to pay that licensing fee thing, so the client would need to create the account on your same CMS platform and then let the agency create the content in there. So that's like a bit of a different system while they are using it, and then the client has full access. So there's something that is complicated about it, but I get it. I get it. Well, that's dead. Create a new space. So in there, just creating a new space, I guess, right? God damn it. Yeah. And now I can switch from regular things to this. That's a weird sentence. They um for anyone so that people understand what is it there. The the way that this is said in One Piece is not exactly like this. We like probably go with um, King first rather than, you know, what we have. But I mean, it makes sense. Um, Kaizoku o Ninaru is a bit of a it's too formal. It's too formal for One Piece. Um, however, um, I mean, Ninaru is fine, but it sounds weird in my head. Um, nonetheless, I am I know you sent me a virus somewhere, but I don't know where the fuck you are. Sturdy, I know you said you sent me a virus earlier. Um, in chat, you didn't send a link. You did? Did I miss the link? I did. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's on me. I missed the link. That is absolutely on me. Sorry about that. I thought I clicked on it, and apparently I didn't. Otherwise, it would be here. It would be here. I see. Nonetheless, before I go there, Kane, I think this is an option to have like your multiple things. I do still think that the overall system of managing multiple clients within the same interface is a bit of a complicated system, and for the use case, I would rather provide an environment where my clients can create accounts and I can manage them on their end rather than the other way around, which is right now like kind of congrats, Devshi. That is a good clip. That makes sense. That makes sense. Other than that, it's fine. It makes sense. The only thing that right now I'm like, how do I do that? How do I manage this? Like, how do I not provide the service for the client? If, for example, AOA is not paying me anymore, but I'm still having them in there, like, how do I shift ownership, send that to the client, and then take care of it? How do I lock them so that I'm not paying for the hosting that is related to the thing that they are trying to see? How does it go through when, like, there is a ton of visits on the websites of the clients, like that is costing in page views and so on. Like it's a lot of things that just a lot of things to think about. That's the only issue. But yeah. That's the thing. If you like, this is such a complex thing. The the agency is here to provide a service to the client, to create the website, to create the content, to create whatever, but the client is the owner officially. So the client needs to create an account, and then the agency has access to said account to manage it and so on. But when the client decides to not pay the agency anymore, the agency just doesn't manage that client portal anymore. Meaning that you end up with things. I'm going to click on that before I forget. You end up with things that are basically um, like owned by the client, managed by the agency, and then once the agency is not in the picture anymore, it doesn't change anything for the client except they don't pay the agency anymore. But that system of transferring ownership and understanding that one is maintenance, the other one is ownership, the other one might be like reviews or just content creation or whatever, is something that will basically implies that you have so much things in your system that you will need to have same thing that we have um, had a second ago in the seats, like per seats per account or per team type of thing. So you are paying 21 bucks a month per user that is a maintainer of that specific repo, and then you are paying 15 bucks a month per user that is just a copywriter, so that these are the people that comes in, edit the content, and then uh, they did the content, that's it. Whereas the maintainers have access to a lot more things, they have access to more features, so that's why they pay a bit more, and so on. So all of that is something that you need to think about if you need to have like all of that complexity. And I think it's a bit much. I think it's a bit much. That looks very generated, Stony. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. It was a weird thing. That was a weird system. Um, that's a weird ass layout. Goddamn. um, but yeah, so it's obviously I have a mental model of the entirety of the things because this is something that we used to do in the agency that I used to have and then got acquired by a bigger company. Um, we had like a sort of retainer thing where we were maintenance guys for the clients past their due dates and ensured that the database and the contents were still in there. And we had a team of copywriters that were in another place that we paid, that were accessing the content, creating the content, and so on. So I know how it kind of works, but I know how complex it is as well. That's why I'm saying I don't know if it's a good idea. Uh, because it's just like, yeah, it's a lot of complexity for something that you may be in a. That is an interesting headers. Uh, that's. It looks like Stony the the glass. Also, your light mode, dark mode doesn't work. The glass design is uh is getting to you. You're getting a lot more glassy than you used to be. I used to be very much against all of that. So, interesting, interesting. But that's cool. The fact that you have all of the setups in there is going to be pretty useful for the devs. Not for me, but for the devs, yeah. I get that. Yeah, this is... What is this? That's the readability things. I don't have Dark Reader. I removed it a long time ago. Dang. Yeah. I mean, with all of these things that are currently dropping with like vulnerability, vulnerability issues and so on. Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Not going to complain about that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I do think that I would need to understand a lot more to trust something like this, but I like that. I like that as a system. I'm not gonna lie. This is a um yeah, that's me. That's me. Um yeah, I guess because you had that in the beginning and I'm not sure where that is. It's in the sources. So basically here, if I add something, can I add something in the source? Like is that a thing that I can do where I'm in my dashboard or right here and then add one of my repos so that it goes through? Like, is that a thing? Or is that something else? Yeah. All right. So if I wanted to have the same thing, I would need to host it on my own and have the system run in the background constantly so that it figure out exactly on my own organization thing what is currently running and so on. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I understand. I understand. The thing that I obviously have no ID, but you're gonna tell me, I know, is right now there is a lot of people that are talking about the fact that GitHub is shit, that Git is good, but GitHub is unreliable, and a lot of people are trying to get away with like Graphene and other platforms that I have heard the name from far away. Would this work as well? I'm guessing yes, but would you have the ability to support other types of repos just by having different things, which is potentially already the case? I don't know, but yeah, that's interesting. It's an interesting concept. IDs. Design-wise, I'm gonna say nothing. And it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. You know, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. God damn. God damn. Uh, Side notes, which is related but unrelated, but I'm going to use that as an example because it makes sense. I have noticed in the past that AI generation have a very hard time with anything that is a select. Any drop-down menus have a lot of issues. So if you are someone that is building like a drop-down menu, make sure that you either use an icon and get like the proper amount of padding around your icon so that it's properly placed, or make sure that it has the proper size, or make sure that you have consistency in the icon that is used for drop down elements and selects and so on. This is something that is such a small details, and I know, um, but that's uh, that's a detail that I think a lot of people that are vibe coding right now should pay attention to, because it is important. And I know, but it's it's just the thing. It's just the thing for me and my system thinking brain of saying if icon first child or if icon last child, then padding or margin looks like this. You set it up once and then it's done forever, and you don't need to think about it ever again. And if you get the system in place in the beginning of the build, you have a lot less things to fix in the future. So all of that is the type of thing that would need to get into your habits, the same way that now you kind of know about some spacing issues, some layout things that are better than others, and so on. But yeah, I know, I know. It's just like it makes sense, but yeah. God damn, what happened? 99. I am now admin, so I can break shit. I see. So if I go into the API tokens, that's the type of thing that we display on stream, right? I get it. Goddamn. Because you can add a source from there. That's pretty cool. You have so much things though. That's wild. I see. I see. I don't know. What's that? Slash. You know what? I don't know. Let me get. Let me get something that is public, just for the sake of checking. Oh, you don't have just a link. Ah. um, yeah, you mean doing that instead to just get access to the thing in question. Why do I have a thing with Aiden in there? This is not. I'm not in there. I'm not in the pick from. Yeah, I only have access to your stuff, which makes sense. Um, which makes sense. So I wouldn't be able to find stuff that is mine in there, and you should probably remove me from the admin sections. just in case, just to security, you know. And we never know with me. With me, we never know. Where? Where you want me to change the name? In the config? Right there? Should I have a name? As in... that? Is that the name? You want to scan every hours? Sorry, that's crazy to me. But also, wouldn't that already be in there? Like in your list, you have so many things, like right there, right here. Like, wouldn't that makes no sense to have that? You know. I don't think it makes sense. Again, not against it, but I don't think it makes sense. And then again, because you know we are here. Look at how shitty that looks. If icon, whichever icon, padding equal on every sides, you're good. No issues. It will it will work. I don't think you have a choice from Argentina. I feel like you have to go through some sort of a crypto or some sort of a non-USD thing to go through. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain in the ass for taxes, whichever that is, if you pay them. I'm not aware of that. And other things like, yeah. I mean, lemon squeezy is fine, but it's a bit. I'm gonna. We go there. We go there. AOA-dev. Very simple. You have. I'm gonna use that. You have something that is. God damn it. That is Stripe. Stripe exists, and then on top of Stripe as something that is like used or using Stripe as a base, you have Lemon Squeezy, which is always a weird thing to write. But then you also have no whatever. Like, I forgot the name. Nodecraft? No, that's the other thing. You have the others and so on. Basically, what I'm saying is that the lowest amount of fees is going to be Stripe, because under that, like, this is the lowest amount of fees. For Lemon Squeezy, you need to pay the Stripe fees, and the lemon squeezy fees. For this one, which I forgot the name, you need to pay this one fees plus the Stripe fees that are included and so on. So that's just like, I don't know. You have the payout that is either automated or defined by a threshold, actually. If I remember correctly, like mine is at a specific period, and I'm getting like $16 something every month, but that's about it. I didn't even need to log in and log out. I don't think you need to. The At least for me, I don't have to. Kinda. When I'm going into the payment and financials, it's just a matter of checking what has happened, and then for the period, it's just getting through. So my estimated proceeds for this month, I have made 3 sales, $33 that is supposed to go into my account. And there's a bit of exchange things happening, but that's about it. We don't have a lot of other options. So that's to me, that's the thing. In order to get access to the financials, you need to brain. There are some papers that you need to showcase in your account details, if I remember correctly, which also right now I also have access to you. I can hack your own account. Let me check. There are something, if I remember correctly, there are some documents and forms that you need to provide to Apple so that they have access to some things, bank related, payment related, and so on, that you probably need to do. But I can't switch account even though I'm part of the account. That's interesting. Maybe it's because I'm on financial, which makes no sense, but yeah. Interesting. We have the App Store. I know you can't see shit, but like we have the App Store Connect help in the main thing, but not in the others. So, oh yeah, that makes sense. I have your full name now. Yeah. Yeah, just have access to distribution test flight, nothing else, which makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know. On my end, it's like very much direct in here. It's just like in business or in the main page, you just have access to payment and financial reports. I know that in business, you also have things that are like specific to the payouts and so on. Um, but apparently I need to submit new apps and avoid potential payment blocks, add compliance information for directives on administrative corporation 7th amendments DAX C7, which is something that I don't have nor care. And this is compliance. Do any of your apps provide personal services in any country of region? What do you mean by personal services? Oh, time or task-based work done by people independently at users' request? Absolutely not. No, they do not. So for example, in business right now, I had something that was missing, and probably now that I have this unlocked, I probably will have my payout from last month's go through. Just cause, you know, it's probably an option. But for you, I don't remember what I did. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember what I did to get the system to do the payouts. Dang. Sorry. Brazil is withholding fees. God dang. I'm not getting paid. 39 Brazilian currency. I don't know what it is. I don't really care. But yeah, no, other than that, I don't really know, actually. I think most of it for me was just like I did the thing. I filled out all of my files and papers and things that I needed to, and then when payment came in, I got paid by Apple. That's about it. But you're saying that it's like payment that is from other apps that you have that you don't have access to anymore, or is it like something else? Because that's a different thing. Maybe. Anyways. And Stony, this is still good. This is better than last time. This is better than last time. You can fix that. You should fix that. This is an interesting thing. I know that YouTube is doing that, and I should, you should do that too. In the sense that when I'm hovering for scrobbles on top of the timeline, the hover zone is extended up and down so that if my cursor is going up and down, it doesn't flicker as much. So that it is something like 16 pixel at the bottom, 16 pixel at the top, so that because you are never going to be stable and purely straight when you're scrolling through that player thing, you want to be able to, keep the image all the time. So right now I missed it twice. For someone that doesn't necessarily know, will probably just jiggle all around. So Yeah. Yeah, I know. It happens. But other than that, this is better than last time. The preview is good. The playlist section is debatable. I don't know if it's necessary anyways. But the plugin side on the side to, showcase exactly what you need, what you don't need, and so on. And then the config for what you want to have is really good. The only thing that I would potentially have, if that is something that is an option for you, from you, whatever, uh, is if I decide to have subtitles and change the config from here, I would love to be able to copy paste the config from from here to my own project so that I don't need to tinkle, tinkle, tinker in the code manually. So that, if I make sure that I have like that whole thing with all of my alignments, all of my things, all of my whatever, um, if you can, uh, I think would be a great option to, you know, like provide some sort of a quick access. But also that's not working. But yeah, that's potentially the only thing that I would recommend. Other than that, good. That is a chicken. Does that work when I'm like, no, it doesn't? Okay, these settings don't work. That's sad. Other than that, it's fine. But yeah, no, good job. Good job on this. That's not centered. Sorry, the icons are really shit. I don't know who made these icons, but like these. These two are fine. This one is debatable. I feel like I should rework on that. This one is okay, this one is okay, but like this. What does the URL say? Music, I think, internals. Or you mean this one? Oh, the dash dev? Ah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. No, I meant the icons are good. You're using my issues is mostly for me specifically with the plugin icon. For example, the wrench is a weird shape, and I feel like it should be better. Uh, so yeah, I know expensive, expensive for you. Soon will change. I love the icons that I made though. For Mima, I feel like these ones are a lot more fun, and I might transfer some things. Like, look at these. Aren't they cute? Chubby ass Iroh. Some of these are basics, but I'll know tomorrow. As I said to Jerome earlier, I know tomorrow um, if I can work on the project again or not, or if it's like dead. Did look at it? Isn't she cute? Anyways, um, I don't know. I don't know. That's the thing. So I appreciate it. You will not understand shit. Yeah, because again, as I said earlier, because Can is not an app that is meant for beginners, it might be a bit daunting, specifically when you start it for the first time. The onboarding is uh, uh, not good. I know I made it. It's bad. But basically what you have is you have all of your characters. So for you in the beginning, you need to understand your hiragana and katakana. These are the two that you need to learn um, in order to practice or read things. Just click on the character, what the character looks like, what it is, and that's about it. Like you don't have any other option. And then do quizzes, and that's bar. And maybe you know, maybe you don't know. So again, there is no like learning system. So that's why I'm saying that this is not for beginners whatsoever. Like you need to understand at least the hiragana and katakana to make sure that you can go through these things and not make mistakes all the time. Because it's just like otherwise you're just gonna make mistakes and mistakes and mistakes, and that's not. Oh, sorry. And that's not good. So, you know, it happens. Other than that, learn the characters through something else first. Practice them here is an option. The Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. Oh my god. Well, too late. Well, yeah, too late. I'm gonna reopen it. Duolingo as a whole is good enough for the characters. In the free tier, you will need to go through like so much ads. Sorry about that. That's also one of the reasons why I have mine done differently. But the character sections and the thing that you would have in there is going to be like pretty interesting and simple enough for you to figure it out, specifically when you are going through the beginning of the course. If you're just going through what I have on my app, you're not going to understand. So Duolingo is pretty good. Obviously, I'm paying for Super, which is their old version of their paid tier. So, oh my god. Mu is... Oi. This. And... 昔々? Kashi. So, I'm in advanced mode, obviously here. I do like Duolingo as a starting point. I'm not gonna lie. Most people are gonna tell you that Duolingo is shit and that the content is bad. So yeah, you need the audio, and so that's why like Duolingo is pretty good. If you're not really like, if you don't care about the amount of ads that you have to look at, I can recommend it. But yeah, I'm gonna go through that. I forgot. I forgot. We just passed it. Just passed it. It's right there. Sorry. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that. I have them behind my computer, and it's just like the characters that I was missing. Yes, yes, my bad. I can't. That is such a weird combination of words. まあ、そうや、乗る。なんで歴史 One more. That's gonna be complicated. 少し、休む。One more. か、歴史、今夜、頼む。やおや。の、み、も。飲み物 My bad. I know you don't have sound. Yeah, so that took way longer than expected. And that's really bad to do right here. But the characters are good in Duolingo. Duolingo is great if you want to get used to practice, and that's one of the things that I recommend all the time. It's just the owl is there to make you come back and then pay, obviously, but it's making you coming back. And if you can keep up the streak, if you want to add me as a friend so that you can just have like some body doubling incentives and so on, like please do so. But it's a very simple thing. Been on it since 2013. Uh, that's a crazy. That is a crazy pull. But yeah, like that's 13 years. Sorry, I just realized that I've been on Duolingo for 13 years. Holy shit. That's a long time. That that is a long time. But yeah, that's Duolingo is great. It's free-ish. And then if you followed me on TikTok, you'd know. You'd had so much things. Again, the past 108 videos are free. Like resources to learn Japanese. So there is a ton of them. And if you are looking for characters, specifically like the original the original characters, Real Kana is an interesting thing. It have a very, very simple system where you will be able to hear the characters as well, but most of the time it's mostly like typing, and it is free. It's free, and so the way that you learn it is just like you go into your hiragana, katakana, whatever, and study section, and so from here you have a character and you need to type the character, so that's O, and then you have ko, and then you have ku, and so on, and it's just like making sure that you understand all the lines, all the thing that you have, so all of that is pretty interesting. It's also based on typing speed, so it's kind of fun. So right now I just have these two that are selected, so I just have these two things. But yeah, all of that is a simple system. The other one might be Babadoom. Babadum is interesting as well. It's more for a playful game, but it's mostly for vocabulary, so I would not necessarily like recommend it in the beginning. And then because it's gonna happen every time and it's gonna be there every day, there is this teeny tiny app that you probably have heard of, which is called YouTube, that will have every single thing that you want to have learning Japanese. And yeah, like there is so many accounts and channels that are like teaching you Japanese, um, including Japanese from zero. So this is a thing. One that I like from the beginning is going to be Jaws and Jules. Um, but I don't remember if I don't remember if he did um like very very basic things like learning the characters in the beginning. I feel like he probably did, but it's been a while. He did. He did something about the cannons. Um, but it's a 5 years old video, so there is probably a ton of things in there that will be kind of outdated. But nonetheless, this channel overall, I'm not going to send you the link because it makes no sense right now. This channel overall is pretty good for understanding. This one is pretty good as well. I don't know who that is, but not gonna, why not? Why not? Um, so that makes sense. But you just learn the character. The recommendation that I have given to a ton of people in the past, and I will give it to you now. Do not like once you have the characters in your head and you can speak them properly, do not touch an app or book for the next 3 months or 2 months if you are like kind of in a rush, but like 3 months is the best. And on a daily basis, just listen to Japanese content basically on repeat. The best thing that I have is the news because it is proper proper pronunciation Japanese, as in the Oxford English. It's the Oxford Japanese, like the NHK Japanese. And the news system that you have here, the live news in the not world, but like in the others, there is a ton of options that just are available. You need the one that are like not in not in English. And right now that's going to be complicated. But shit like this is basically you have a section of the news that is like 1 minute, like that's one of the news of the day. And that thing is going to be repeated plenty of times. So in the 3 hours of the live that is here, you would have that fire that is probably going to be seen 12 times in the whole thing, just because it is the same thing that is repeated in a loop until we reach a certain time of the day, and we move to the next section of news, and then we move to the next section of news. So just this, you're gonna hear the exact same sentences over and over and over again, and it's a lot of words that you don't understand. But the reason why I'm saying listen as much as possible and do not pick a book or an app or something is you want to mimic how a kid would basically understand like Japanese as a whole. So a Japanese kid. And so in the beginning, they don't know shit. You don't either. but your environment is speaking Japanese on a daily basis all the time, and then you will pick up on things just because the environment is there. So if you are someone um, that likes the the kids stuff, that's weird. If you're someone that likes Pokemon, for example, there is a channels that is like related to um, Pokemon, like the Pokemon Kids TV is a very specific uh, channel that is in Japanese, uh, and you have all of the songs of Pokemon that you can play with, and you will learn the colors, you will learn the fruits, you will learn the position of people, and so on. It's very much annoying when you are like an adult. What? If you like to learn, this is the type of shit that you can have in the morning, for example, and you will sing along, and you will have it in your head for like 16 days after that. um, And most of these things are either very long format videos of like the songs, or mini games of like 4 minutes to 5 minutes, where you need to pick the fruits, pick the placements, name the Pokemon, and so on. Um, it's a way to learn Japanese as well, but it's for kids. So when you don't know anything, this is the type of content that you would need to understand, because the repetition would make you see that banana is going to be banana. That makes sense. You will understand that lingo, and so on. So it's an option as well. That is better than the others. So yeah. And then once you have like so much word and vocabulary that you have in your head, you can then, and only then, pick up a book or an app or something that will kind of help you in understanding. But before that, it's a waste of time. You will just try to force something into your brain that you can't really comprehend. So that's one of the recommendations. Let's see if it's rigged. I feel like it's not. Yeah, I'm probably missing it. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Once you're learning and you're not touching an app in a book, one of the things that kind of makes sense is going to be trying to speak, even if you speak wrong, just saying things, specific words, like the thing that I have said in the past is just like, oh, I'm cooking, and you know how cooking is said, you just say cooking. That's cool. But you say it in Japanese, and then you are picking up again a banana, and instead of saying banana in Dutch, you say it in Japanese. Um, it's just like to make yourself use the language. Um, but yeah, yeah, I get it. I get it. Again, there is like a ton of things that a lot of people will recommend in terms of things to do in order to learn Japanese, and I'm like, yeah, but no, but yeah. It is banana indeed. Um, the Based on the goal, sometimes you can just figure out how to get by without needing to learn the language. Meaning that if you understand arigato gozaimasu, ohayo gozaimasu, everything that is honorific base, so masu at the end, cool. Tabemasu, not taberu, tabemasu. Arigato is very straightforward. Arigato gozaimasu is more for the general public that you don't know yet. Friends is others. It's different. So if you just want to understand the basics and be able to kind of survive on these for the next trip to Japan, eh, you don't need much. Um, um, yeah, this one is a bit of a weird thing. This is yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu is please treat me well, or I will treat you well in a way, but that basically means nice to meet you in the translations. Um, so that's the thing. Senpai is for your teachers, the elders most of the time, or the people that are teaching you things. So you can have a senpai that is younger than you, but this is rare. Senpai means kind of the one before me in terms of age. So it's basically the elder. Kun is the friendly honorific, which is not an honorific, but like it's the definition for boys. San or chan, depending on how you want to say it, is for other people that you know. And then sama is for customers, people that you view with high respect. Usually, usually in Japan, it's going to be for customers, which is not necessarily a good idea, but they don't have a choice. So, yeah. So the when to pick it depends on your relationship with that person, meaning that um, senpai is personal teacher kind of things. Sensei is teacher as a global term, meaning that it's the term like a, Dr. Norman whatever. Like the fact that you have the doctor title, sensei is the same thing. Sensei is I have the title of teacher, and therefore other people that are not my um, kohai, kohai, my pupils or disciples, yes, can also call me sensei. So if I have a friend that is a teacher, I'm going describe them as name sensei. So Aowa sensei or Ao sensei or Misaki sensei. Because they are teacher, even though they are not my teacher, they are teacher in real life and they have the occupation of teaching, therefore they are sensei. Senpai is the one above, so is the one that I have high regards, that could teach me things, but is not necessarily like a teacher per se. So, no. That would take way too long, but also it already exists. There is a lot of people that have done this, so you can find like a translation if you want to. But yeah, but yoroshiku onegai shimasu is please take care of me well, or nice to meet you. Um, there is another one that I always forget because it doesn't make any fucking sense in my head. um, and then that's probably the reason. It's interesting because on my end, I'm getting like payouts of $16. So yeah, maybe it's the first one that needs to be like $40 as a minimum, and then you can unlock the monthly thing. But I don't know. Um, there will be, yes, There will be a ton of things that is also, um, how can I explain that in a way that makes sense to anyone? Things like in the textbooks, you will learn how to say, uh, Hajimemashite is another one. Yes, that's the one that um, so Hajime is first time, and Mashite or Hajimemasu is to do for the first time, um, or to start something. And so Mashite is kind of the te form of masu, which is a declination of the verb. So hajimemashite is just like to do for the first time or to start something. So hajimemashite onegaishimasu is usually going to be uh, let's get along nice for the first time kind of thing, which is it's a weird translation. Don't do that. Don't do what I'm currently doing. Don't try to literally translate things because it's gonna make no sense. Just know that the the saying like welcome or hi or nice to meet you for ajimemashite or yoroshiku onegaishimasu is gonna be okay. Um, but But um, the thing that I would say is this is not something that you would say to a lady that you're gonna do things to. That no, you would be a lot more direct for that. The thing that are in textbooks and the things that you encounter in real life are so much on the opposite sometimes. Um, as as in, if you read the textbooks, you will have things that are saying or telling you that you need to say watashi wa, as in I am, um, and then you'd say your occupation. So designer desu. The thing is, in real, like in real world activities, you're just gonna say designer desu. And when you are supposed to present your name, you are supposed to say, um, mm, ao tomoimasu. Tomoimasu is the honorific, proper, formal version of presenting your name in the sense of you can call me with the name in question. And then there is another option that is like, watashi no namae wa Ao desu, which means my name is Ao. That's fine. Real life Japanese, Ao desu, designer desu, yoroshiku. That's it. So the textbook is going to give you something that is false in real life, but it's necessary if you want to potentially go there and work there. Again, I'm saying that specifically because you said that you want to get by the next time you go there. You don't have the same goals that I have of living there. And for me, living there, I need to understand, like, 会おうと思います。よろしくお願いします。Like all of the formalities, all of the cultural things that I need to have in order to be included within the working society and so on is something that I need to take care of. So for you, if you're just visiting and wanting to be able to get by and get in the shop and buy something and understand what they are saying, you don't give a shit. Um, so you know, that's pretty good. Get to the formal Japanese very fast and understand really quickly what needs to happen to a formal sentence to be informal, because 99% of the conversation that you would probably have with Japanese people that are not convenience store and restaurants and store related like staff would be in casual plus Japanese, meaning that it's like mostly casual with a bit of maths and des in some things, but most of the time it's going to be casual content and casual sentences. So you need to understand that, okay, so if I have anything that finish in mass, then if I remove mass, it's going to be the casual slash informal version most of the time. And that's some of the thing that you can kind of learn quickly. Um, one of the thing that I have seen as well, um, Enki, I don't know. Um, I don't know if Aniki would work. Um, but the thing that you can say is basically go through one of the potential activity videos that exist. Meaning, if you are interested in figuring out um, like Kombini Japanese, you get in there, you find like a video that works for you with the person that makes sense, the sensei that makes sense, and so on, maybe the alien that makes sense. And it is going to be related to convenience store and figuring out exactly what needs to happen. These videos are going to be pretty good in the beginning because they are usually a lot slower than regular speech. But that is the type of thing that you need to understand because you will be in 7-Eleven at some point and you need to very much understand what the staff is telling you or asking you to do. And having these things just running in the background so that you understand. And some of them or some videos here have a role play situation. Um, like I say red, you say blue type of situation, where you can read things and then reply to the question and so on. Like maybe this one is not necessarily one that I know, so I can't really talk and say if it's good or not good. But um, you know, it's a good thing. Um, and it's usually on TikTok is like I say red, you say blue, and then there is the thing, and it's just fine. So these are the type of things that you should do on YouTube specifically, and just do what we call shadowing, which is just repeating exactly what has been said by the person um, over and over again until the sentence makes sense to you, as in you understand how it's pronounced, what it means, in what situation it needs to happen, and so on. Like this one, for example, is probably just a video of what needs to currently be said during the thing at the company. There's a lot of other things happening in there that I can see, and then there is the constructions of the entirety of the sentences. So this is like a 1 minute conversation, and then there is another breakdown, another kind of quiz thingy. That might be fun. I don't know. But like that's the type of thing that you can do to get the situations that you will be probably put in the next time that you go to Japan. After that, if you want to go with things that are a bit more like complex Japanese in a daily basis, um, you're gonna need to understand direction. So explaining where you want to go, understanding the answers. Um, like if someone is telling you masugite, you might not know what that means. So you need to understand that masugite is just like just go straight and it's gonna be there. Um, and like that's gonna come in with time, but figuring out or finding video specifics of role playing and shadowing of Japanese for a specific type of situation is going to be helpful. Again, one of the reasons why I hate these types of video, personally speaking, is that these Japanese are for foreigner learning Japanese and not Japanese. I know. This is a wild statement. But this is going to be a Japanese that is meant for you to understand and learn as a foreigner. And it's giving you things that is like textbook accurate, but not necessarily as true to what will be used. Whereas here, the Japanese that you will hear in these videos is going to be a lot more street Japanese, casual Japanese, proper, non-proper Japanese, but like real life Japanese. And it's pretty much interesting to have compared to the learning Japanese, which is like very much dumbed down, slowed down, without the expression and so on. So all of that is the easier things. If you just want to learn like Japanese shadowing is going to be some of the easiest thing that you can go through, and the shadowing lessons are just like you pronounce this sentence and you will have like a pretty easy way to understand the things. It's yeah, Duolingo is great. I'm gonna say that again. Duolingo is really good. It's just that in order to achieve a stage where you will actually learn things, you need to be here. You 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 need to be here, roughly. Like, you can go faster, for sure, but you basically need to have been practicing Japanese on Duolingo for 2,000 days to reach a point where it's like cool, that like that whole paragraph, like not this one, but the one above, the communicate at the store, had thing that I didn't know just yet. And I know some things, but yeah, I can't read for shit. I can't read for shit, but I can speak on a regular daily basis ish, of conversations in a childlike format for some of the words that I don't know, and in a regular like format of speaking for most things daily life related. The thing that I have a very hard time with is that I need to have a lot more design related vocabulary and a lot more um, tech related vocabs that I can speak, and work related vocab that I can speak, because right now that's not the case. So it's not bad. It's not it's not bad. It's not good either. But if you are like asking about how much languages that I can speak and read, I can speak French, English, a little bit of Spanish and Italian, because they are very much French with a bit of an accent. So I can read them, but I can't speak them, and I can listen to them and understand if they are spoken to me slowly. I have a little bit of Svenska and Swedish, which is the same thing. And then I took German for 3 years and I forgot everything. So probably not. But if I were to not have a choice, I'd probably figure it out. Um, and then Japanese. That's about it. That's about it. But it's not like good speech. Um, to me, again, like the Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, Brazilian, kind of the same thing, um, is somehow very close to French in some words, and in other words, very, very, very out there. So it's weird. Urdu is complicated, and Sraiki is weird things. Um, yeah, That's also true. That is also a true thing. Going back to what we said earlier of immersions, you kind of need to be immersed in the language that you want to basically be able to speak. And so getting yourself with like videos like this that just like show you Japanese content on a daily basis is gonna be really good. With that drink, I need a pee. It was successful indeed. Indeed. But yeah, surrounding yourself with the language that you're trying to achieve and speak is going to be really good, and not necessarily the most complex things to do, but for Japanese it is. You end up with no one around you that is available in speaking Japanese in any way, shape, or form, and therefore you end up with no ability to just speak Japanese on a daily basis or and so on. So as always, getting a Japanese girlfriend is a good idea. Sorry for the current girlfriend. I know. Husband, wives, so on. Not necessarily good things, but getting like a partner that doesn't speak English is the thing that is pretty interesting. All of the other apps like HelloTalk, italki, and all of that that are supposed to help you find some sort of a native speaker, um, and that uh, that is is an option. However, the issue that I have with that is that it's just like kind of um, most of these apps have become dating apps for a lot of native speakers and foreigners. So not good. Not good. That's one of the reasons why I don't like these things. But yeah. Um, yeah. One of the one of the people when I said the exact same thing on TikTok for like my best recommendation to speak Japanese quickly is to find a Japanese girlfriend or boyfriend. I think one of the first comment was like, I don't think my husband is gonna approve that, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see if it works. Um, but yeah, the thing that is kind of weird, and I hate saying that, but it's gonna work. Uh, but there is a ton of apps, specifically Japanese apps, that are AI girlfriends, and these AI girlfriends can speak Japanese, but you need to pay. But still, uh, you know, like that's the type of thing that is also an option. Most of the apps that are like chat apps, as in AI chats, they are basically AI wrappers for ChatGPT and 11 Labs. So if you can get a pro account on ChatGPT and use the voice system, you will have basically the same amount of teacher thing that these apps have. And if you are in the free tier, you are limited to 5 minutes a day of speech. And so you could just use the speech methods of ChatGPT free tier. Same thing for Claude, same thing for the others, to just get something out and have a bit of a thing that just speak. It's not as good as the tailored chat apps like AI chat apps, but it's better than nothing. But the best option is still gonna be finding like a local Japanese community around you and see if you can have a chat with them. If you're not like too shy to do so. Like I have one of the chains in Japan, which is called Ippudo. Which is right there. That shop, for example, Ippudo, is. We don't have a fucking website. We do have it's right there. Is one of the biggest chain in Japan in terms of like its influence and so on. And they have implanted some shops in Paris. So I have like 2 or 3 of them nearby, and one of them, and most of them, are held by Japanese people, French people that really like Japan and so on. And so that alone is a place for me to potentially get access to Japanese people. I've like passed across one of them and heard like a group of 3 Japanese speaking Japanese next to the shop. And I was like, cool. So that means that if I go there, maybe I can have a bit of a chat in Japanese. The issue is that because I'm in France, Denny, hi, welcome in. How are you? Because I'm in France, the staff is mostly French. And weirdly enough, the French speak French. So, you know. Mm. Have a good dinner socialization thing, Jerome. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. So that is something that, can happen. You can figure out like that the staff in where you are. Uh, you see now why I want to go back. Um, and that's kind of complicated because I can't speak Japanese with the girls that are the staff at that shop because they don't understand Japanese. Anyway, hmm, I'm pretty good, Denny. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always. I had some things for you. Did I? I had some things for you, Denny, specifically. Um. Oh yeah, that. That's the wrong button. That's the zoomed in button. This popped in my feed, and I feel like this is potentially something that you are interested in, specifically the beginning with that spiral thing. Um, I think it goes back to some of your effect thing that you were having interest in a while ago. So these are interesting, coming and inspired by this one. I don't know if Colin has the code for this. I don't know if there is like a lot of other options in there, but there have been like other things and other people in the comments and replies that have shared similar outputs, similar things. So, maybe taking a look at that could be a very cool idea for you. This one is interesting because of the amount of physics and wiggle that is happening to the miniatures. Um, like specifically here, like when you are going really fast, it's very interesting to have like the centrifugal force extract. on this. So that's an interesting thing. I thought this would be pretty good for you specifically. Um, so check it out. And then there was another thing that I remember. Um, I don't know. I felt like this was kind of a vibe that you would vibe with based on previous chats, but you know, eh, eh. Now that we can do that in Figma, in no questions, um, is a very very cool thing. But eh, eh. Yeah, this is cool. I feel like this makes sense. This would be a very. This is an infinite scroll, so that's really cool. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I like the simplicity of this. Um, ooh, that transition is good. That looks similar to what Grizz has on the sidebar. That's interesting. I like the disappearing, appearing things compared to what Grizz has. uh, the navigation system is crazy though. That whole thing right there is such an interesting system. It's so nice. I'm gonna get this thing into the resource. Got they? Got they? I like that. They worked at MetaLab as well. I see. That might be the reason. That might be the reason. um, yeah. I don't. I mean, I care about the micro interactions and the animations and so on, but I just don't have the time anymore. I don't want to spend the time in the micro interactions just because it pisses me off. The tools that I have access to are not like good enough for me to create these animations, and I would be way more happy if I was in like After Effects, but because I don't pay the license anymore and I don't want to crack it again, so I crack it for the first time. Um, yeah. Interesting system. Interesting system. Yeah, these are cute. I feel like a lot of these things are probably going to be Rive made. God damn it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine, just so that we made sure that Kane couldn't drop. Perfect. Perfect. The timing was good. Everything was perfect. No issues with it. I don't know what crashed the stream, but probably one of these things because of the animation, so I'm gonna just remove that. Just in case. But yeah, no, I like the portfolio. I like the ID. I like the simplicity of the main view that they have, and the micro animation at the top is pretty good. Um, Again, the thing that I've why did I change scene? The thing that I've done today is ask Claude to directly do one of these. So basically, I have the client, also the landing zone is specifically placed where it needs to be. Um, the client that I worked with, which created Mima, which is like a social aggregator type of thing, it just needs some sort of a case study thing. So what I did was go through the entirety of the project, go back into the past chats inside of Cursor, Claude, and so on, and then made sure that I had like the full story. And I did that through Claude directly because it has like a better memory than myself, and then have like some placeholder zones that I can just drop things when necessary. And I'm getting this entire thing, and it's like interactive enough so that if you want to change things here and there for some reason, you can. And you would have probably some of these things would probably also be some interactive elements. But for now, I don't need them. Some presentation of the icons and so on. All of that has been just generated. I made sure that the text was good and the content of the text was good because Claude in the beginning was giving me things that makes absolutely no sense. And then because the client received a full style guide that makes a lot of sense, um, I just created another version so that I can just present that in my case study as a self-hosted type of thing, so that you have the vision of the logo, the animation, all the things, the colors, the tokens that have been used, the typography and so on, like more details basically of what we needed to have. And, you know, just a very short presentation of the entire thing. And that's it. And that is saved on the side. And then if I need to, at one point, which is the case, need to redo my portfolio soon, maybe, I'm just going to drop that as one of the project and say, well, my projects are going to be self-hosted index pages in subfolders, and you can just load the index of that folder to load the specific project case studies and stuff. And that's going to be it, meaning that the design here for the entirety of the view is going to be very much different than when I'm doing the exact same thing for Can, when I'm doing the exact same thing for Perfume and so on, because it's just cool. We have that. We have the structure that is good for Mima because Mima has like a very specific vibe, but then Perfume is mostly something that is like airy and particle based and so on. So it's probably going to be into a different style based on the outcome and the output, and so on. Same thing for Can, same thing for Ban. So all of that is probably going to happen. But I need to spend more time, figure out exactly what I want to have within these things and present them in a way that makes sense to me. Um, but I also need like a home to put these things in because right now I don't have any clue what I want to do for my portfolio. Like it's just right this instant, no idea. It's gonna be the same thing as last time. In 2023, 2024, when I did my portfolio, like roughly in December, and when I was in Japan, uh, I said I don't have any ID. And then on a Friday or Saturday, not even, I think it was like mostly a Thursday afternoon, I said, let me do something. I have an ID, and I did the thing, and then that's the portfolio that we see on my website right now. So eh, that's probably gonna happen as well. I have like a thing that I like, but I don't have the skills. I talked about that before. Uh, I would love to achieve something like this, which I know you can't see. I can't see either. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it's just so impractical that yeah, it's not like too hard to do. It's just I don't have the skills, nor do I have the ID. Let me show you what I'm talking about. It's gonna help. I thought that was the wrong button. So the vibe that I love and the type of thing that I would love to get on my portfolio is shit like this, first of all. These types of stickers and activities and things. Shit like this for presentation. So this is such an interesting concept, but it needs like the illustration qualities that I don't have. Same thing here, like that's the same thing. It's mostly going to be stickers, but it's also like purposeful placements of the frames for the content and so on. Similar thing with these stickers that are like very much illustrative based. And then let me see if I can find it. What is this? It is. And then I mean shit like this as well. Like that's the type of shit that I love. So the issue is not, in a sense, the issue is not the fact that I don't really have the skills to do that. It's mostly that I don't have the skills for the illustration that I would love to have. Like I would love to have a version of me as a character like this. Like that would be really cool. And I don't want to use AI to generate something, and I don't have the funds to ask someone to draw me in a very specific like matter and so on. But I would love a website that looks like this. Like that would be such a cool thing to have, but it's just like so impractical, technically speaking, for me right now to be able to achieve that I'm looking at it, but it's just like, it's too complex. But it's a mix of video game activities plus posters and illustrations and all of the creative things that I've loved to do in the past. And I also feel like I think I should have not so computer closed down. I feel like most designers right now, as I've mentioned before, are going into a direction that is not necessarily like as unique as them. I know this is sounding weird. But it is like such an everyone is doing the same thing type of situation where everyone is currently going with basically one of these. I know I have 3 saved. I passed 2 on purpose, but the type of shit that we have talked about before. But everyone is going into that direction. Like that's the portfolio for designers right now. So it would work for me based on the other thing that I've done in the past and based on how Perfume is, because it's basically the same base on that. But it's also overused, and therefore I don't feel like it's a good idea to go in that direction. And again, a lot of people are going into that direction as well, which is like fine. I feel like it's fun and shit, but it's the same thing. It's the same idea. It's the same like kind of creative, non-creative anymore. And so it's a bit sad. It's a bit sad. And it's like going back to what I've been saying for years now. I am so chronically online that everything is outdated the moment that the rest of the population sees it, and therefore I am bored of it the instant that it's seen for the first time by a regular person. It sounds like I'm putting myself on a pedestal. That's not the case. That's the opposite. Um, it's just like I see so much shit on a daily basis that I need things. Yeah, for fuck's sake, my brain has made a connection that is like such a crazy thing. Yes, this is a cool thing. This is a cool website as well. It's very inspired by video games and things like Persona 5. Um, but like with Forza inside, but that's interest. I mean, that's impressive in terms of textures for the car itself, textures for the track, not really. Um, but it's cool, and I get it. But that's basically the two direction that you can go with. You can go into the infinite Canva presentation, like shit like this, where people are like, "This is going to be my portfolio now." So this is all of my projects, and then you have some information. Um, or you go into something that is a bit more creative slash extravagant, and you end up with shit like this, which is just this is a product that we have now. You know, it's an option, but a lot of people are doing the exact same thing, and I don't know. Again, this is like just because I'm seeing so much shit on a daily basis that it feels wrong. These stamps that I've been talking about for the past few months now that are coming back slowly, and I have been saving a ton of them from like stamps from Japan and so on. There is now 5 different apps that I've seen on Twitter by 5 different people that do exactly this, of cameras that take pictures of your environments and simply have a stamp effect as an output. And I think I just, yeah, like there is this one. Um, there's this one as well. There's a different value thing. There is in the one that I liked, I think I liked one today. Let me just check. There is this one from Loki, which is a truly copy of Stampy. Like they call it Stamply, but it's Stampy, which is a Chinese app in the first place. Um, and then there is another one that is exactly the same thing, and it's crazy to me because I'm seeing so much that I'm like, um, yeah, um, yeah, that's also a true thing. Like again, going back to me being bored of design because I've seen so much and I'm seeing so much doesn't mean that everyone is seeing the same thing. When this one was popping off again, um, like people were like, this is this is nice design and shit. And then people were saying this is the original. The thing is, this is not the original. This is a copy of what Jason has done 5 years ago in Mercury OS. And again, this is like I know that because I am so much online. I see things. So, you know, most people would see this and be like, "Wow, fuck, that's so good," because they haven't seen the original 5 years ago. And I'm like, "Yeah, that's really good. No complaints." But yeah, this one is an interesting one as well. I feel like for the presentation of progress and presentation of specific elements within the case study per se, having like some sort of a presentation that is also timeline based within the case study itself is a very, very cool concept altogether. Uh, but that's not something that would work for most apps, project things. It's interesting nonetheless. Anyways, so that is the situation for me. I'm like in a place where I want to achieve something inside of the portfolio that I want to create that feels like myself. But right now, everything feels like someone else's content, and I would love to avoid that. So, so that's the thing. Yeah, if you're talking about the managers that are not like within design on a daily basis, but are managing designers, yeah, I get that. It happens. It's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Um, but yeah. Also, no, I don't play games. So the fact that Forza is based in Japan, I didn't know that. Um, I did not know that. I don't really play racing games. I think the last racing games that I actually played was Need for Speed, first of its name, I think. Um, I may have played a Need for Speed on iPod Touch in 2013, but that's I think that's the last racing game that I have played. I don't think I have uh, touched a game in yeah. Yeah, I haven't. It's been a while. It's been a while. Not in a bad way or good way. It's just like, well, that's yeah. I don't play games. I don't enjoy them. I don't know. There is a competitive things with most of the games that are like online and co-op and so on that are not my vibes. And the other games that I've tried to play in the past just don't match with my goals. So it's harder to achieve or do or have things in there. So yeah, like you can't you cannot not play games. I get it. I get it. I think there are some games that are interesting, but it's just like either I want to a Cyberpunk 2077 without the the storyline kind of thing, where it's just you do whatever the fuck you want, and it's just like an exploration game. But I don't want to be chased or shooted at or anything else. I just want to explore the city, ride around. If I make a mistake, I make a mistake. It's fine. If I want to kill everyone, I can kill everyone, and there is no repercussions or something. Like that type of things. Um, but yeah, I don't know enough games anymore that are like interesting. And then going back to your message from earlier, Danny, there are a ton of people that are actually creating games in public and building in public for games, but they are currently on TikTok. I have my feed that is filled with a lot of people that are building new games and showcasing mechanics. Like I wish I could show you this. Maybe I can. In between the titties. As always, you can't see that. And you can see the titties, but you can't see the titties. There is this guy that is building a game which is a bit of a shooter game and has some sort of a mechanic for the gun itself. I'm sure I like this thing. Why? What do you mean it's not like right there? What do you mean? Can I find it on my phone? Maybe. Probably. Maybe not. Um. Yeah, damn, that's loud. I know I've seen it about like not so long ago, but then the fucking thing is gonna take an hour to load, as always. Um, but they are showcasing like a ton of core mechanics and core gameplays that just make things more interesting. I should have saved it. I did it. I did it. um, Again, if only I knew the name of the game, I could just search for it. But I didn't notice the name. I have saved other thing that you kind of need to take a look at, but that's like a different situation. Um, I'm giving myself 4 pages. If I can't find it in 4 pages, this is not gonna work. It's not loading. Things are not loading. Oh my god. If only there was a search bar with actions from the search bar. It's right there. I found it. I found it. Let me just like it. Go there. Reload. Hope for the best. It's right there. Cool. So that thing is a very interesting concept, and it's like they are building a system where when you have your gun, you can throw it to the enemy, and then you can bounce it back, like you can kick it again. And now they have implemented a system to have it as a spear, so you can just impale the other users with your gun by just sub shooting them. And this is a very interesting thing to have, like as a game mechanic and an idea of a concept of what they are building and so on. And I do feel that too. And so that is the type of shit that I'm seeing on my feed because I am taking some like game dev related content on the feed and then checking what they are doing, where they are on their games and so on. And there is like a ton of them. So the building in public for games, so many. So many. This is basically how I discover most of the games that I know of that I then send to Cat as thing that they could play on stream because it's cozy and fun and cute and pink. And yeah. I think I agree and disagree at the same time with that last statement. And I will explain in about a second. So yes and no. If you are building a product and you're designing a product and you love the product and you want to use the product on a daily basis, um, like it's a great thing for the first 3 months, and then you get pissed because the thing that you want to do doesn't work. You try to make the dev do the things properly, it doesn't work. They do it, it's badly implemented, and you start hating the product that you used to love. And then the other aspect that also happen often is you love the project so much and the product so much that you use it on a daily basis. And when it's time to test it out, you don't test what you don't know because you are so wired in, oh yeah, this thing is supposed to work this way. And so for you, it's just like, oh yeah, common sense. It's the thing that I do every 5 seconds. A new user would be like, well, what the fuck is that shit? I don't know. So, working for a product that you love is, again, great for the first 3 months. And then after that, it's just like you are sub biased to the max. You can't do anything else. Um, you can't see the default version of the thing, like the same way that I don't have. Um, let me show you that. Like, gotta go there because it's fine. The fact that in here I don't have um, the paid plan in CAC. Like I could, I'm the owner of the thing. I could 100% just get the lifetime thing and then be done with the lives and the limitations and so on. But I purposefully do not, so that I can check how does the UI feel? How does the app feel for a regular user? Like someone that is in the free tier. What will happen? How is the thing going? Is it like breaking my streaks when I'm going through things, or is it fine? All of these things is limitation and like things that makes me kind of hate the product that I'm building at times and love it at others. And same thing for perfume. I have so many perfumes on my own, currently 138 in my collection, that on a weekly basis, I go into my dev tools that are only available to me, go in there, and then turn on the paid tier for the ability to just get access to the features to see how people would see things and be able to add a new perfume to my collection. And then when I relaunch the app, it's going to be back to the default free tier so that I can check things and make sure that things are working. All of that, even though I love the product that I've built with perfume specifically, I like 99% of what I have in there and what works and what doesn't work. But I'm making sure that I'm feeling the experience as if I was a free user, even though I'm not, so that I have the experience of the limitations and the things and the whatever that always push me to say I should buy this app. Like in my head, it's just like I should just buy the thing. And it will happen at one point when I will have my secondary device that can be loaded with a different iCloud account that is not mine. Will then be able to get like an additional thing that is just like unrelated with like free tier and limited to free tier. And then on my own devices, I will then be able to say, well, this device, which is mine, is going to see the most paid version of the apps, and the test device is going to see the most free version of the apps, so that I can just test things out. That is the plan. But yeah. That's a 3 hours ago video. I don't watch Prime. I Yeah, sometimes on TikTok, he pops in and he says things that I agree with. So I should probably watch more. Um, but yeah, no, the CV thing, wasn't it the same thing that you don't watch Theo, I think. And that's probably the reason. I think I saw something about Theo saying that, which I don't know what that is, but yeah. Um, I don't know Maytime or Soul Life gas face. I don't know what that is. Um, I don't know what that is. But yeah, also, what the fuck is that? That's a that's a new badge. It's a new badge. Um, Maytime. Hmm. Never heard of it. Do like my question every time with these things is, do they speak? Because if they don't speak, I don't care. Like I love the scenery and the environment and the thing, but if there is no voice, I'm like, fuck it, I don't care. I need the immersion with like sound and shit. So for me specifically, which is like similar-ish, and I mean I guess, but they speak a lot, so you know, it's different. Um Let me see if I can have her right there. It's been a bit since the last one. Sorry, that's I blame Cat for this one. Um, there is this girl that is doing walks in like trails and so on, but she's speaking sometimes at the same time, explaining things and having the very Japanese expressions every time things are pretty. So if you just like to say how, or if you just wanted to know how to say sugoi and kirei, then that's an option. But um, I know I've watched not so far away, not so long ago. Um, but it's a bit of a different thing, I guess. Um, yeah, they're doing pretty good things. Lately, I feel like the latest two videos have mostly been DJI Pocket 4, like the Osmo Pocket 4 videos things. I've watched a ton of shit like this as well. Um, I think somehow. Nope. This video is amazing, by the way. Just so you know. Um, it's not her. Goddamn. Goddamn. This one is doing some atmospheric-ish things, but sometimes the mic is shit, and that's pissing me off. But I understand. I kind of get it, and then that's the one. So she is doing a ton of walks, but she's speaking at the same time, so you could check it out. Um, and she has I don't know if it's a Japanese thing or if it's just like a hiking people type of things, where she has the bells on her backpack and vest and things for bears and other animals and so on. So you basically hear the chimes here and there's that are just like sounding, and it's interesting. but there is like a ton of videos in there that are really cool. One of the first videos that I've seen from her was, I think, this one or this one. I kind of forgot, but very, very cool environment thing. But she's basically saying "kire" all the time, so you know it happens. But it's nice. It's on the side. So yeah, this one is pretty cool. Um, I know, even though kind of different as a concept because it's not Japanese, if you just care about that. But currently Hannah is, to me, has always been a very good thing. She speaks a lot in most of the videos, so I would understand. But if you don't follow that one either, she has like a ton of very cool Japan related videos and hikes related videos. And she does, to me, one of the best rendition of Japan in video. Like I would love to show you just the beginning of this fucking video. Like, if you like cinematography, um, she does. I mean, I don't know how much time she takes, but the presentation of the hike, the presentation of the location, she's speaking at the same time as always, but it's such an interesting thing. And then the hikes themselves and the locations and the thing that we are discovering through there is such an impressive, like, view that yeah, we like that. And then the thing that we've seen in terms of the mountains and the hikes and so on are really impressive, but not Japanese, in Japan, and I would say talking a lot, kind of, in the background. And they are not like very, very, very long form video, but still like 20 minutes ish. So that's sometimes enough, sometimes not. But I have discovered like so many places in Japan through what Anna is doing. And yeah, it's more like a, oh, it's more like a discovery. It's basically some sort of a hike with me type of situation when she goes hiking, and it's like there is obviously like shot setups and so on, but it is really nice. And then she's talking at times, so that is a detail that is important. Yes. Uh, but yeah, Hannah is good. Uh, Other than that, for travels, I don't think I have many more. Um, Most of the others are not as interesting or calm and chill. Um, so yeah, I get it. I get it. I was about to say cooking I have, but I don't. I have TikToks of cooking in Japan, in Japanese. Also very useful for me. Um, but yeah. Anyways, thank you. Is that auto dubbed? No, it is English. Sorry, it feels fake voice. Could check that out. But it feels like a fake voice. It's crazy. But most of the things that I have um, are going to be like kind of different and life related, vlog related, Japan related, and tech related. But yeah, it's good. Um, Very good, to be honest, in terms of the chill hikes is really nice. Um, so we do like it. And Hannah had some very interesting things as well when it comes to some of the weird things, but I'm gonna check Mie later. Oh, May. Interesting. May in Mie. Oh, that's interesting. I see. I gotta check that out then. I'm gonna have to check that out. Makes sense. It makes sense. Um, the only thing that I hate is the Japan walk. I don't know if you've seen that, and I also don't want to show you that. I hate the walking in Tokyo for 4 hours types of video where the person that is recording just has like a Osmo Pocket like mounted in front of him so that it doesn't take the bounce and so on, and then just walk around with no goals, no nothing, and it's just like the sound of the cities, and it's just like I hate it because I know exactly what they are doing, and they are explicitly going into very specific area of Tokyo um, that are red light district type of things for peaking activities without like it's the type of thing where it's like we always say do not film the girls ever, and these guys mostly are always filming the girls, and it makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. And I'm like, I mean, you make money with it, I get it, but goddamn. Um, but yeah, they always start in a part of Tokyo that is like fine, and then move on to a district that is like one of the red light district that there is, and oh my god, like there was one which also made me very much laugh, and it's been a year and a half now, um, because it was a French guy that decided to leave hateful comments on my video, um, and then I looked at his channel, French, living in I forgot if it's like Bali um, or someone else. I forgot. Doing walk with me videos, and I'm sorry to say that almost 90% of them titled "Let's go catch ladyboys." What? So I already didn't have any respect for the person because French, but like the fact that the goal of the video is to go to girls that are ladyboys and just exposing them in Thailand. I think Thailand. So I'm like, it. Anywho, I need to go. I have things to do. Um, I need to send you somewhere. I don't see anyone. I see Coffee and Code, which we rated, subrated last Friday. Kinda. Cat is not live yet, which is kind of sad. Stony, do we have someone that we know or don't know other than Coffee and Code, or are we just going to Coffee and Code? Because I feel like that's the only option right now. I guess. I guess. I guess we have no choice. I'm sending you there. It makes sense. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, I highly appreciate it. If you have questions and I'm not live, you can join the Discord to ask the question there. If you have a vast perfume collection like my 138, you can use perfume. And then if you want to have your links displayed, use Ban. It's pretty cool. If you want to learn Japanese, or if you are learning Japanese, use Can, because it works. But yeah. I should be back on Wednesday with some news. I'm going to be kicked out of the Slack with the client, so I need to figure out exactly what I need to do before that happens. And yeah, that's gonna be the thing. I'm gonna be back on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time, sadly, and I may have some news about the coding things. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna be sad. But yeah, enjoy the codes and take care of yourself. And I'll see you all in the next one. Also, Stony, you won. Congrats. Bye.